and not that on board. Now there is a lot of option for Florian in hands.
Yeah.
So he really has to choose wisely. But both players are 4-0, so I guess they are good players.
I'm wondering there's how much time there is left on the round. Because
Yeah,
they stopped the
they
clock,
stopped
so
it.
I think
Exactly.
I think they're adjusting on what is the exact time there is left. Is this a farewell? It must be 6
Yeah.
mana. It has to be.
Looks so.
I just not only it's an alternative heart, it's also
In Japanese.
yeah, which I don't know how to read, but it is okay. That's the thing I love about Magic. You get there.
And now we can see the time for the tables.
A lot of Fs in chat, a lot of RIPs in the chat.
Yeah. This was good.
Yeah, definitely.
This game is so much fun because we continue to see a little comeback, and then one of them looks so much in advantage, and then no, wait, otherwise.
That's also why a lot of the games in standard have been in rounds. We see a lot of draws, and that's normal because these Atraxa decks started to appear. These Reanimator decks that just have a lot of value, also have a lot of Grixis in the format. And that's why if I was playing this tournament, I would come with maybe a more aggressive deck. Because I couldn't play these 1 hour something rounds for 9 rounds in a day.
Two minutes left, and we have the dragon.
Atsushi enters the battlefield, crewing the Bankbuster, dealing 4 damage. Florian is now at 8.
Yeah, he started getting low.
Yeah, the thing is that Martinez is at 5, and
Exactly.
now Florian is able to untap, and Edgar is going to flip, because after 3 tokens, Edgar flips, and then the Wandering Emperor is able to plus it, which means
Yeah.
that there's 5 damage. I think that's what they're looking for. So they are looking at the last. So it looks like Martinez Medina didn't know about the last part of the Edgar enchantment part, which is once you are able to do the 3 times the 1/1, you have to flip it, and it comes back as Edgar.
Yeah.
And now you have this 4/4, and if you play it with Wanderer, it's game. It's 5 damage.
This is amazing, but I don't think that we have enough time for game 3 because we have 1 minute left. One minute, it's kind of I don't know if they want to try something for going to rounds.
What a game.
Try.
What would you do to it, Chad? Would you play a third game, or would you just call it a draw?
1 minute is very, very low. But this one was an amazing comeback from Florian. No, they've decided to call it draw, I guess, because they are telling us that we are here. So
yeah, and now you can see our faces.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, let's remember that right now, every player that's today will do at least 6, 3, or 18 points. Will go to the second day, day 2 tomorrow, and in day 2, the top 36 will get an invitation for the Pro Tour. The top 2 will get an invitation for the Worlds, and plus every other prizes for this event. So it's a lot of stuff.
High stakes, we have a lot of competitive players that are known. Like we have Turov playing, we have Andrea Mengucci, we have Gabriel Nassif, we
Yeah.
have Frank Karsten in this all playing for that invitation. Nassif is the one that already has the invitation to the Worlds, but every other player, that's the dream, right? Not
Yeah.
only the Pro Tour, but Worlds, which is the highest stake competition of the year in Magic the Gathering. This year is going to be held, I think, in Las Vegas.
I think yeah, but I'm not sure about it, so I don't want to say something wrong.
and and we are having so much fun. Honestly, I haven't seen paper coverage of Standard since
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
2019 was a big year for Standard. There were a lot of events. There was GPs when I don't know if Twitch chat will remember, but it was Adventures,
Exactly.
Temur Adventures. There was Oko for a brief time
Yeah,
before
it
it
was.
got banned. There
I
was Sacrifice decks. Then we entered into
yes.
COVID, and people started playing Standard only on Arena or
Yeah.
MTG Online, and we haven't had this kind of tournament
Yeah,
in
this
a
kind of
while.
coverage was a lot of time that we didn't see any. So we I'm pretty happy about that because arena is good, but paper magic is always funnier for us to watch
Yeah.
because you also have to don't make any mistrigger to remember everything to be good under pressure, and you cannot play at your home, so it's also a venue. There is the gathering. It's so much better experience.
And the thing is that a lot of these players test on Arena. A lot
Yeah.
of them are Arena players. They now are able
Exactly.
to play Standard here. And playing on Arena is completely different than playing on paper,
Completely different.
especially decks that have a lot of triggers. And we have a look here. What do you think of the meta breakdown, Lily?
Yeah. I'm kind of curious because the Grixis mid-range right now, it's so much more popular than everything else. So what we were asking before with our players and our friend is, will Wizard of the Coast get some Banhammer or some card for these things or not?
And
Because
let us know, chat, if you would ban one card,
which card? Yeah.
just to shake up Standard, what would it be? I think the most common ones will be the Childred or Fable of the Mirror
Yeah.
Breaker, because those are the cards that play a lot and enable a lot of these decks that we see, like Grixis, Reanimator. So let us know what would be the card that you would ban just to shake things up. I'm always glad to see what people have to say.
What I'm curious to see is how will be the percentage tomorrow, because today we have near 30% of Grixis decks. Tomorrow will be so many or less, or maybe there is someone that can deal good against them. That is what we have to see in the future. So right now, yeah, Fable is the better option for many of you for the bans. And I don't know. Probably, yeah, this one is the two cards that you should consider.
Another thing that I see is that there's not a lot of Selesnya toxic decks.
Yeah, no, exactly.
After the regionals in Japan where Toxic won, I was expecting to see more copies of it,
Yeah,
especially
exactly.
because it does well against a lot of the decks that we see here in the meta breakdown. But a lot of people probably couldn't find the cards, decided to bring
Exactly.
Mono Red, Azorius Soldiers, other decks that are also pretty aggressive, but very little copies of Green, White, Selesnya, Toxic. I was definitely expecting more. Also, a lot of fringe decks like this 5-color Joda, Orzhov Control, Mono Black Midrange. So it's fun to see that the players decided to bring different and test and experiment.
Yes, and also because yesterday there was still some player that was searching for cards, and they were like, "No, I need to upload my deck list in 1 hour. So if I can't find the proper card, I have to play another deck." And sometimes it could be tricky because everybody is looking for the same card in this event, so it's kind of complicated.
Yeah, a lot of the times the players submit a deck list and then they are hoping to find 2 or 3 cards that are missing on the vendors, and then none of the vendors has these cards, and you are now having to search for cards to replace it or ask everyone. And really excited to be here. I think this is going to be the end of round 5. We still have 4 more rounds of Magic today, and we will be back soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. This time we've got a quick deck tech with Mr. Laplacian himself. What deck did you bring this weekend?
I brought mono white mid-range.
Why did we bring mono white mid-range?
First of all, I like white, and second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck in the format?
No, good
Just-
matchup against Grixis. Grixis is the best in my opinion.
So, what 3 cards do you think are your key cards in this format?
So first of all, Bunkbuster, but as anybody can play, it's like probably not just a part of mono white mid-range. So removal, very important. Ossification and lay down arms, awesome
Sure.
removal spells and permanents and so on. And very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring Ossification back, and so on. So even after Invoke Despair, you can get back into the game. So against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and
Sick.
Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one
Yeah, I
for
like that.
value.
So what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not Mono Blue Tempo with Genes, Counter Magic, and so on. And Atraxa depending on the exact version, because we have lots of Atraxa, like 5-color, 4-color, Naya, Red
Well,
Bag,
which ones of those do you not want to play? What color? Like the 3-color variants that are more
I don't wanna-
honed in, or the big?
I don't want to play any Atraxa, if I may ask, but besides that, probably the more color, the worst, because the better grind they have. The better late game they have, the worse it gets for me.
Sick. Well, on that one, we'll be back shortly with some more action. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall. I am joined by the one and only Big Z Zatlkaj, and we're taking you through round 6 of standard action here in Naples. Big Z, I've got some players for us to watch. These are some bigger the big names coming up this weekend, and this is how they've been getting on. So, obviously, top 8er of the last PT, Gavin Steve, starting off well on a 4-1 record. Is it on Esper Legends? And then we move down. Big man Gucci, unfortunately picking up losses there. He is at 3-2, but still alive to make day 2. Same with Canister. What's the streamers
2-0 into 2-3.
Yeah, the streamers are
Yikes.
picking up some big hits here. Then we got Arnie, obviously powerhouse arena streamer, winning big events left, right, and center over the COVID period. He is 5-0, and his team, I believe, is almost undefeated.
Almost, yeah.
Almost
He's on the
undefeated.
same team as Torov Severin, who's also 5-0 that you see on our graphic there on the right.
Absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, Lucas on their team lost the last round, but I think there's one more person who also had 4 wins, so they're still crushing with the Legends list.
Testing preparation with the right players. We spoke about that and how well that's going to do for everybody. Martin User at the top, still live 2-3, but he's not happy about it. Frank Carlson, 3-2 on his mono red. Love to see it. Love to see it. Then we got a couple. Obviously, Oscar Christensen. Okay, he's living the dream. He is kind of a known player. He's been on the Pro Tour a few hours, but he won Amsterdam. Okay, he won our qualifier in Amsterdam. He's turned up here. He did the deck tech with us, which you'll see later on. He was a round 1 feature match where he lost against his teammate, and he decided he doesn't want to lose since then. So he is now currently 4-1.
Very nice.
So we'll go down to the tables. We've got a couple of the players shuffling up. We can see them now just drawing the opening 7. So we'll go down to table 1.
Yeah, and we have I chose this matchup. Both players at 4-1. I chose Elliot Bousseau, who you might know from Twitch as Elliot Dragon.
I want to see. Look, watch the stream go off now. All the Twitch chat are going to start popping off with his very popular French streamer. Very good at what he does, and he's decided now if he wants to keep this opening 7 or not. Obviously, he's at a 4-1 record, and he is against. I can't pronounce that last game.
It's easy. It's easy. Dominic Mashik.
Okay, Dominic Mashik on Mono Blue Tempo.
Yeah, indeed, he's an interesting version with no Delver of Secrets. So again, 4 Hot Agents, 4 Tolerant Terrors, but he's running 2 Blue Suns Twilight, and that card can do some really cool things. Whereas I chose Elliot, not of course he's a known streamer, fun guy. I like watching his streams as well. But he's been testing for this regional championship on Twitch, like streaming. And he's actually playing the deck he spent the most time with, which is his take on Jund midrange. And the kind of card that differentiates his list from others is Capricious Hellraiser. So the 6-mana 4/4 dragon, it can help you cast some spells if you hit right.
Aspiring Spike is a big fan of this card.
Yeah,
he has been trying to break this card for a while now. And one thing I must say about Elliot is, if you ever watch his streams, you'll see what decks he turns up at tournaments. He doesn't care about the the top 8 decks, and he attacks the meta in his way. He's always bringing his own deck or his take on a different deck, and you've got to love that. And that's one of the reasons why he's such a popular streamer. Not only I'm watching. I don't even speak French. I don't even understand what he says, but I'm still watching it because I'm interested in the decks he plays. So if you're not following him currently, I highly suggest you go in and watch what's happening on him. But it does look like he's taking some harsh mulligans here. Yeah. His hand might not be falling out for him properly, but
already when you're mulliganing and when you have a Hellraiser in your hand, is not where you want to be. Especially then you want to curve out against the mono blue deck because the mono blue tempo deck can really punish you.
And as we saw in the last round that we covered, if it can get down on the battlefield early, kind of control it, play it instant speed, we're playing into its game plan. I suppose on the Jund side, have we got any hand disruption spells or anything that can kind of break it up in the first game? Sometimes we see dresses in the main decks.
No, nothing like that. There's a lot of removal. Like Elliot brought in with him lots of removal. So not just go for the throat and abrade and cut down that from the Grixis lists, but he also has 3 Unleash the Inferno. So 4 mana deal 7, maybe kill Artifact of Enchantment on the way.
And there's a lot of enchantments and artifacts floating around at the minute, especially in the standard meta.
It's one of the best answers to Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Really good against Wedding Announcement as well. Yep. So I love that card. So I've played it a bunch. And then there's also Riveteer's Charm.
Tell me what that one does.
Okay, so it has 3 modes. It's black, red, green to cast. It's an instant. And when you play it, each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker with the highest mana value.
Shield
or
Dread,
you exile 3 cards, and you can play them until the end of your turn.
or exile target player's graveyard.
And as it's because it's instant speed, you know what I mean? It's got, I see, X on the graveyard, great with all this Reanimator playing around. You want to, you're in a grinding matchup, cool. End of their turn, you're gonna exile top 3, so you've got more cards to look at to do your answers. And then realistically, if an Atraxa does hit the battlefield, bam, 3-mana answer.
Exactly. So just a good, like, nice versatile card. I wouldn't say it's super powerful right now, but it's a versatile card that in these Jund decks can do a lot of work.
Chat is popping off with all the emotes. They're loving the fact we've got Elliot on it. Not loving the fact he is going down to 5, unfortunately for him. But here we are, and he's on the draw as well against this mono blue deck. Okay, things are stacked for him here, but let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, I've already on my Twitter, there were a bunch of posts from folks, and I get responses from French people regularly. It's like, oh, but we have the power of the baguette. You do indeed if you're French.
That's how it works. That's how it works. What is the power of the English? Just out of curiosity, no favoritism there. What's the power of the English?
I don't know.
The
Shepherd's pie.
I love where your mind
pot
goes.
pie, no.
Sure, shepherd's pie. Yeah, shepherd's pie is the thing.
Yeah.
Popeyes is American, right? Isn't that? Like
No, I meant pot pie. Sorry.
Oh, pot pies. Okay, I got you.
I don't know. Puka pies.
Chat's like, what are these two
Or
weirdos
prawn
talking
sandwiches?
about? I love the things that people associate with Britain. So brilliant. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, back to the game. Both players have done nothing besides play land.
That's why we can talk about British cuisine.
Exactly. I am all about it. At least you didn't go with the whole fish and chips line. As we actually see our first spell cast of the game, and that is a first of.
There's for discovery.
There you go.
That's the one. Yeah, nice land choices from Dominic. Those lands look really nice.
Are these your basics of choice when you?
No, I'm a Portal 2 guy myself.
Okay. I'm sure chat will let us know. Chat let us know what sort of basics you enjoy using. Mine, I alter mine depending on how many basics I need to play in my decks. And now we're going to see this is the Old Art Bankbuster, is it?
Yes, the Reckoner Bankbuster, and it gets countered by Scatter Ray, which is a good card in this particular spot. And I don't think Dominic actually has that much action going in his hand. I think he has 2 or 3 Fading Hopes, which are pretty useless on this sort of board.
But look at all the instants just filling in that graveyard. Soon we'll be able to start getting some of our threats on the battlefield nice and early. Exactly how we're keying it up.
He has double impulse and but no 5th land just yet. It's the kind of card where you really want to curve out and so that you get into your flow of knowledges and whatnot. But I think maybe Elliot smells a weakness on Dominic's side of the board. He's not really doing anything, not really advancing board. No Tolarian Terror, no Haughty Djinn.
And he's looking at the Scatter Ray here. Obviously, this is a one of in the deck. 2 mana, counter target artifact or creature spell unless its controller pays 4 mana. Not many decks play this, but he shows us coming here as a one of, and that's going to catch a negate by the looks of it.
And an impulse. I'm really intrigued by the by the art choices there. I mean, really nice islands, old school impulses, but rather new negate. Have given some minus points for that.
Yeah, he used all his money on the basics. They do look good.
I mean, it's one of the advantages. Like, if you want to try and play standard on Arena, like Mono Blue is one of your better bets. It doesn't have too many rares, but it's actually like pretty skill intensive. Can be fun. It used to be extremely popular in Magic Online as well, for those standard challenges because the deck was actually solidly positioned, and you can have a big impact on the way you play the games and how you win. So
I actually like that about the fact that we've got this standard season currently. Back here, only a few months ago, if you wanted to play MTGO standard, there was this whole, win trading thing going on and blah, blah, and that all got sorted out. But really, the challenges weren't really firing too well. Now everyone's testing, everyone wants to play this. And I think all the way leading up to the PT, we're going to see challenges full of players, leagues full of players. So, if you're an MTGO player and you want to start getting standard in yet, it's going to go really well for you at the minute. Especially standard's quite cheap to get into on MTGO, unlike something like Modern. Which can be extremely expensive. As we see the impulse here in the turn, again, just restocking our hand.
Second impulse here, and it's pretty fun to see that the first one took Flow of Knowledge, but the second one, he's probably forced to take a land just because he hasn't seen that many, and he needs to start developing his board. I do want to say that Elliot actually has a Shieldred he could have played, but he's deciding to play around like Make Disappear.
I was just about to ask you about this. It was like, we could have slammed Shieldred last turn, but he decided against it. Why not? But you're already 2 steps ahead of me.
Yeah, we talked about this during like the previous round that we did together. That like now that Dominic has 5 lands, Flow of Knowledge is very likely to come down on his side, which is like massive card advantage. Doesn't have to play it. He can wait. Definitely can wait one or more turns. But maybe Elliot might say that okay, now is the time to try to push through a threat like one of the Hellraisers, so that he can prevent Dominic from playing the flow and having an answer. So I think we'll see the Hellraiser now, and I think we'll show the card just so that we can know what it does.
We'll see if we can get that on the screen for you. Because this is
It's
the one
pretty
people-
complicated.
Yeah, it's got a lot of text on there. There we
Yeah,
go.
so it costs 3 life if you have 9 or more cards in your graveyard. That's not that relevant because it's being cast for 6 mana. And when it enters the battlefield, you exile 3 cards at random from your graveyard. You choose a non-creature, that's important, a non-land card, and you can copy it and cast a copy without paying the mana cost. So ideally, if you look at the graveyard, there's only 2 cards, right? So Fable and Bankbuster. So now they're gonna choose one of the 2.
So it looks like it's resolving, right?
Yeah. So he's gonna play. He doesn't have to. I don't think he has to. You exile the cards at random, but then the owner of the Hellraiser actually chooses which one to cast. So
Sick.
I don't know why they. Maybe the die roll was like for fun.
You know what I mean? Get that camera time while you can.
Okay,
You know,
but look, the Fable resolves, and it's been like for Elliot, it's like what's going on? Like the Dragon resolved, that resolved. Okay, now there's the flow.
Well, it looks like we've got a hand, full of gas, but maybe not the right gas for these sort of answers that we're seeing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you don't really want to bounce the Hellraiser either too much, but I think Dominic just drew all of his fading hopes. He has to discard 2 from the Flow of Knowledge. So again, one of the more recent cards, and
2 more islands.
a good reason why this deck can do the things it does.
So how are we going to get on this turn here? We've still got no threats from the battlefield, but we've got a grip full of blue cards. Doesn't look like there's even any land in there. I do see a threat. I do see lots of ways to bounce. Do see a
Look at the amount of cards. It doesn't feel good to have like 8 spells in your hand.
I knew you'd like this. This is like a blue player's dream. Drawing cards, playing threats.
Yeah, but this is kind of what the deck is leading up to. Like stall the board, counter something, bounce something, and then play Flow of Knowledge. And then look now, Blue Sun's Twilight trying to steal the Goblin Shaman.
Take this. This is
Yeah,
that is the Goblin Shaman token. I will not accept anything else. That is definitely the token
Yeah,
that uses for it.
definitely not a 1/1 token.
Definitely, we would not do that here.
Yeah.
At LEC European Tour. Fable takes up to 2. Got the option to discard 2, draw 2 if we need to.
I mean, I'm sure Elliot is now trying to figure out. Okay, he didn't counter the Hellraiser and he didn't counter the Fable, so my opponent's unlikely to have make disappear or negate or spell pierce. If no, there's no 3 spell pierces in Dominic's main deck too. So maybe he's thinking like, oh, he probably has fading hopes, maybe a lot of card draw, these sorts of things. So
He's got to have something. He's not done anything. He's got a grip full of cards. One that chat's bringing up, which is quite relevant, that Fable being a copy. What happens when it gets to the 3 counters and it ends up flipping?
it just doesn't flip.
It just doesn't flip. And
Yeah,
then,
doesn't have a backside. Yeah, it's
some people would see that, they didn't know that interaction and how that would work. There will be no 2/2 Kiki-Jiki effect coming once that flips.
Yeah, it's kind of like similar with all the werewolves double-sided cards. Like if you copy it, you just get the front side, or rather the side that it's on.
And we're getting in there. Big dragons
Okay.
coming across.
And Shieldred now.
Surely
look at the 3 fading hopes. It's pretty fun to see. I think that Dominic's going to turn the corner really quickly here.
I mean, we are playing for a lot of money. Main thing we're playing for at the minute is getting to day 2. The winner of this will only be 1 win away from getting and locking that day 2 slot up. If you're just joining, obviously we had 471 players taking part in this event today, and they're all battling out to see if they can get a 6-3 or 18 points or better record to get invited back to tomorrow, where they will be battling it out for a share of $100,000 prize pool, plus invites to the Pro Tour, and more importantly, for the big players in the room, everybody wants the invites to the top 2 seeds, or to 2 slots, sorry, getting invites to Worlds. That's huge. Biggest tournament.
Yep.
But these players have put themselves in the best position to do that, being at 4-1 records. Hopefully, one of these will come out with a 5-1 record.
Yeah. So actually, the Sagas tries to transform the copy of the Fable. Tries to transform, exiles itself, doesn't come back. So
Not ideal, but
Yeah, but there's
Another
a shoulder
shoulder.
again. But I think Dominic has this game locked up. It might not seem that way, but with the amount of fading hopes in his hand and like the hot agent is already like absolutely massive. I'm pretty sure he can kill Elliot in one swing, and he has the negate backup too. So and spell pierce as well. I see. So I think he should be fine.
It's kind of, this is where the mulligan's hurting a little bit here, right? You know what I mean? Not the blue deck already draws a lot of blue cards as it is to kind of to keep up on an advantage, but the fact that we were already down cards, we kind of just got to jam everything we can down on the battlefield, like we see the Shield Dread coming down over and over, end step getting
Yeah,
bounced.
upkeep, fading hope that.
Nice battlefield, he says. I wonder, I don't even know what the count is in that graveyard, but I imagine it's large.
Yeah, it's just one hit, one turn kill, OTK, right?
And we've seen that quite a few times, to be fair, from this deck. You know, how it has, it just stalls, and then all of a sudden it explodes onto the battlefield and gets that big one-shot wheel, almost like we saw with like Crackling Drake.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's a very kind of ample comparison. Because really sometimes these mono blue decks really just stall the board and then try to go for a really big swing in 1 or 2 turns, where especially the Jins are doing massive work.
Okay, so now we've got Elliot's deck on the screen. What other sideboard do you think we want to be bringing in, and what do you think we should take out?
Yeah, so he has a lot of choices. I love a Graveyard Trespasser in this matchup. It's really good to keep the deck not just pressure, keep the opponent pressured with the creature, but also exiling random instants and sorceries from the graveyard to slow down the Jins and the Tolerant Terrors. I also like Duress because you want to know what's going on and you want to take
resolve your spells.
Yeah, you want to make sure you understand what's going on. There's also Unlicensed Herds, which I'm pretty sure that we will see. And I think he's going to take out some of the more expensive removal. So the Unleashed Inferno is probably not ideal. The Hellraisers are also, I mean, a little slow. Braid's coming out for sure. Cut down as well. So like an Elder Dragon War is three copies, and I think it's pretty weak card in this matchup. So I can imagine Elliot actually swapping out around even 9 cards to the main deck. So we'll see how he sets his deck up.
What about on Dominic's side? What are we going to bring in here? Obviously, you know, we're game up. We need to try and reassure us. We are on the draw this time, though.
I do still like the kind of the Invoke the Winds and Blue Sun's Twilight, so the spells that steal your opponent's creatures, because you want to take a Sheoldred, maybe a Hellraiser even, maybe just a Fable token, so you always find something decent to steal. I think he might also add a few negates, just to make sure he can fight through all the removal spells that are going to be coming in. And just in general, it can be difficult to figure out because I've talked to a bunch of people about how they sideboard for their mono blue deck, and everyone's told me something different.
We always, and that's the kind of good thing we're seeing about the standard. Like, you know, standard doesn't have as many cards as we see in other formats.
Yep.
But so many decks this weekend are being, you know, we're calling it Grixis or mono blue. You'd think there's not many cards, you know, they're all going to be quite generic, but everyone's got their little spin on it. Everyone's had their own different experiences doing testing, and they've also assumed what the meta would be differently and kind of got their decks attuned to how they're going to think. And as we're seeing with some of the Esper Legends players turn up this weekend, they kind of spot on, bam, it's going to be lots of Grixis, lots of Reanimator decks. We think Esper Legends is the one that's take that down. It's got the tools, and it's picking up the numbers to perform this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a big edge to be gained. Like, I walked around a bunch, and you know, I saw people play. Like, you can, if you prepare well, you can do well at these tournaments if you qualify.
Exactly. So you do see the players here having a bits of paper on the battlefield. That is the deck list. This is an open deck list tournament. And the way that works is at the beginning of each round and during sideboard, both players are allowed to look at your opponent's deck list. You have 3 minutes to revise it. You can't like write it down or anything along those sort of lines, but you can revise. So you can kind of work out what could my opponent be bringing in. And this is where experience in general and playing Magic will come in, right? Okay, working out how your opponent's sideboard will affect you. What cards don't you want to see are probably the ones that they're going to be bringing in. What cards do you think are bad in the matchup? They're the ones that are probably come out. And it's kind of still a bit of a guessing game, but you can make, you know, kind of reassure that you know what to play around is the main one, right? As we saw like in one of the early rounds playing around a Brother's End. You know, there's a 1-up in the deck. Cool, if you've got it, you've got me. If you don't have it, I'm going to be pretty far ahead. And, you know, unfortunately for Canister, he did get caught by it, but that's where it is.
So I saw Dominic's sideboarding plan, and he actually took out all of the Fading Hopes.
Okay.
He took out 2 Tolarian Terrors and 1 Make Disappear. And he brought in the Blue Sun's Twilight, the Invoke the Winds, as I mentioned, another Negate or 2. I didn't quite see. Actually, the Pithing Needles, which kind of surprised me. Of course, yes, you can stop an Unlicensed Hearse.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he's hedging that.
But there's only one Hearse in Elliot's sideboard, so I'm not too sure about that.
It could name Fable. flipped, I guess.
He can yes, he could. Bankbuster, Harvester. I'm not too sure. I'm not sold on that, but we'll see. We'll
Yeah, when
see
it
how
comes
plays out.
down, we'll get that named confirmation and
Yeah, I think the
everyone's got a
bigger,
plan.
yeah, I think the bigger worry is going to be Graveyard Trespasser anyway. It's the card that's really annoying to deal with, especially when after sideboard with the John deck you can play you can play a pretty removal heavy version, and if you resolve the Trespasser and you have a bunch of instants in your hand, like you can just say go, flip it into a 4/4, the Trespasser, and suddenly like it can attack into a Jin, which is going to be small because you're exiling all
I
the
was saying
instants or
exiling
cities.
2 a turn on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah. It seems like an
exactly.
absolute great one. We have seen a lot of people like, especially like in Pioneer, we're moving away from it quite a bit, because it is a really good free drop, but they were favouring some other things or getting a bit too greedy in certain metas. But like in Standard here, in this sort of matchup, absolute powerhouse, especially with the Reanimator decks as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I imagine there's quite a lot of them floating around the tables without looking deeply into. I know you've had a good look at all the deck lists around there.
Yeah, for
Are
sure.
we
Yeah.
seeing many of these floating around, or just in general graveyard hate taking an uptick? Or are we seeing more people moving towards removal sort of heavy meta, as we saw the toxic decks doing quite well in other regionals?
I would say it's probably a similar amount than before, just because a lot of the decks that are relying on their graveyard usually have ways to kind of deal with the things that are coming out. So unlicensed hearse can I'll use an example of hearse because it's one of the most common one, being an artifact, right? Being cheap, being able to come out. Like a lot of the decks, the reanimated decks, are playing braids, right? Or unleash the inferno if they're playing John. Like they have answers for that. Alternatively, a lot of the builds change their mana base in a way where they can hardcast the Atraxas, right?
Yeah.
Just a one attack with the Goblin Shaman from a Fable token gives you a treasure, or Bankbuster, when you complete you get a treasure, and then like, oh, you have this graveyard. Okay, so here's the hardcast Atraxa, deal with that, right? So everyone's hedging a little bit. So like just rely on, like, you can't just say like, oh, I have graveyard removal, I'm done. Like it's great. In other spots, of course, it's really good.
Looks like Dominic's going to take a mulligan here. It's his turn to mull. It looks like Elliot is going to keep his opening 7. It's going to keep his fans happy in chat.
Yeah, if you speak French and you don't know of Elliot, I do wholeheartedly recommend his stream. Elliot _ Dragon, I think is how it's spelled, and you can find him regularly during evenings. During the week, he's streaming, and he's so fun.
YouTube as well. He's got the whole lot.
I remember when his first big results on the old Magic playing scene was one GP which I was casting. We actually made top 8 with Mono Blue Devotion was like the most played deck, and he came in and he was splashing white in that for some cards, and it was surprised us. Yeah, it was a very interesting take, but that was kind of his first breakout, and he's been a mainstay since, like always putting up good results on these tournaments.
With his own kind of take on
yeah,
these decks,
always,
so, like,
always something spicy, always something interesting.
He's just going to lead off here with a taps land, as we're going to pass back. Good thing about the Mono Blue deck, none of our lands come and play taps.
Yeah.
Easy mode.
Yeah, this is easy
the
mode
plus
is also
side.
when you have a turn to Blood Tide Harvester. That card is just so good.
Yeah, and this is why this card's so versatile, right? As you said, we can start going to aggro mode now. Unless they can bounce it back, sure, I'm going to keep attacking you for 3 damage, and that's going to tick up.
Yeah,
As we
exactly.
pass the turn back.
You can also kill something. It can crew a Bankbuster, also super important.
It can cycle away things, put things in your graveyard that you want in your graveyard, get rid of your bad cards in game 1. Does a lot for a 2-drop here, as it comes across for 3 points of damage. Do we have our third land? We do.
Yeah, we do. No green source yet, though. And I think now Elliot is kind of being a little bit nervous here about, has Bankbuster. He also has a
Here it is.
Trespasser. Does
What
it
you're
resolve?
speaking about.
That's what he was. Yeah, that's exactly what he was kind of worried about. And it resolves and exiles considered right away. Tough spot, especially on the draw for Dominic here.
So what does this show about Dominic's hands? If I'm sitting over on Elliot's side, they've played 2 land, they've done nothing really, and my spells are resolving.
Well, Elliot saw the decklist. He knows that there's, the Blue Sun's Twilight. Oh, look, it's flipped already. Jeez. So that's a 4/4 Graveyard Glutton. It's called now.
I feel like we call this aggro mode.
Yeah, this is the proper big aggro mode. Yeah, and swing for 7 on turn 4. Why not? From your, John mid-range deck.
Dropping Dominic down to 10 life. And we still got spells cast. Are we going to? Looks like we're adding to the board. We're putting lethal on the board.
Yep. There's the Harvester.
It does look like we've got a way to bounce something back. So I don't think that we got actual lethal, but we'll still doing
no play. Just another. I think we're going to see Blue Sun's Twilight on the untapped Harvester.
Okay.
Yes, he's gonna steal that.
Take this. Get ourselves the 3-2. That's a blocker. Cycle here. What are we putting in our graveyard? Is it Charm or is it the Bankbuster?
Yeah,
No, we're just going to put one of the dragons in, sure. Dragon, that does hit. I think that was the green source we might be needing to cast our spells.
yeah. Let me pull up Blue Sun's Twilight, one of the cards from the set. It's yeah, one of the coolest ones that we saw in these sorts of builds. Works really well with Haughty if you already have it resolved. Like you can, you get a discount, and the fact that you can copy something is also super
I
nice.
like the art.
Yeah,
Look
the
at the
art-
art on that
The
card.
Genetic
It is
Taxis.
sick.
Yeah, these cards really look nice. All right, so Obliterating Bolt though clears the way again for the Glutton and the Harvester. I think Dominic's gonna go down to 3 now.
Yeah, this is quite rough. Tapped out. He's now got to deal with 2 lethal threats on the battlefield. Elliot now has to play second hand. Plays the Bankbuster. So even if we deal with these creatures,
And
another
the
one comes down
Bankbuster.
potentially that can crew this for lethal.
Yeah, but
Are
he,
we going to go to a game 3?
Elliot is really good at flipping night and day, so yeah, he's used to it, and
He's all over it. You know, he's also a good player, good brewer, good streamer, good
Yeah.
content creator. There's almost nothing this guy can't do. I imagine this round is going to get turned into a YouTube video at some point on his channel. He will review his own game. You know, better than me and you in French, I imagine.
yeah.
As both players are going to start passing back their their guides or their decks to each other. So both players can have a look at the 75. Just to double check, maybe anything change on the play or draws you think in this matchup?
Maybe a little bit, but I don't expect like significant changes. I think Dominic's deck is going to be much better set up when he's actually going to be on the play, because those Blue Sun's Twilights and Invoke the Winds, they cost a lot of mana, right? So if you're behind on board, like you're always just trying to play catch up if the other stuff is resolved, and I think he just wants a bit more. Be a little bit more proactive maybe, and counterspell the first threat or so that he can work his mana up, draw some cards, etc. So
It doesn't really on the in that blue turn there. We didn't really do anything we didn't do nothing on turn 2.
Yeah.
Nothing on turn 3. No, that's not exactly what we want to do. It wasn't our game plan there.
Yeah.
But we are going into the game 3. We're on the play. This is kind of our territory where we want to be. We spoke speaking to the mono blue players. They said if I win the dice roll, I'm 80% to win.
Yeah.
I lose the dice roll, 20%. And realistically, it's kind of what we see on camera. Every time this deck's on the play, we've seen it win. Every time it's been on the draw, we've seen it lose.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dominic actually bringing in the Make Disappear that he cut, just so he has an additional answer, for
I like that.
the Trespasser or the Fable on the side of Elliot, who I think he sideboarded kind of as I expected. I mean, he brought in an Obliterating Bolt from his sideboard. I think he has 3 of those. I would be very surprised if he brought in all 3. But the way he can play it out after sideboard, if he wanted to, was try to morph into like a control deck with like duress, removal spells, Bankbusters, and try to stick his threats.
I think that's the way I would look at this game, especially if I'm on the draw against mono blue. Like I've got to now become the control deck, which is really hard when your opponent's playing at instant speed and they have creatures that potentially, they're smart. They know that they're not going to play a creature without a protection spell up or something along those lines, or it's going to have ward, something like that. So it's going to really tax me trying to do it. And that's one of the advantages of these blue decks, right?
Yes. The big problem is that when you get to the late game with this, I've played a bunch of these Black Red X decks, especially Junt. But the problem is like when you get to the mid game, like if the blue deck goes suddenly, impulse flow, you can't win, because the flow of knowledge in the mid game of 6, 7 islands,
It's too much to get
draw
back from,
7, discard 2 useless cards. It's really too much to overcome. So I think Elliot has to find a really good balance of, he has to keep in creatures to play in the early turns, hope they resolve, because otherwise he's gonna get stuck in his hand with those removal spells, and they're not gonna do anything until Dominic decides like, okay.
I mean, we've seen that multiple times in these blue decks, just from going from nothing to bam, I've got 10, 15 power on the battlefield. Answer this. They've answered all the threats. They've counted everything they need. And now these are my threats. Can you do it? No, cool. I'm going to try and swing in one shot here, or try to get it finished really quickly. Should I say, like maybe 1 or 2 shots to get it in.
Yeah, so it is definitely difficult, especially like when the John deck gets, tries to play Fable, gets countered, and then you play Sheldred, it gets stolen, and suddenly you're like, you have to use your removal spells on your own creatures that were stolen, and then if the mono blue deck has the card draw, then it can be really difficult. So I would slightly favor the mono blue deck.
Okay,
slightly.
I kind of would, with them being on the play here.
Yes,
I think
that's the biggest
quite
factor.
big.
Yeah.
But going into it. But if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Where have you been all day? We are in round 6. That we do have 9 rounds today of standard action, and then we're going to invite 64 players or potentially people with 18 points or more back for tomorrow, where they're going to all be battling out for see if they can win some of the $100,000 prize pool. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, 16,000 to the first place, 10,000
Yeah.
to second place. It's nice. It's almost almost pro tour level.
Yeah,
like
it's up there. It makes it means it's worth getting out of bed in the morning to play for that sort of money. You know what I mean?
100.
But then what comes with that? If we get to go top 36, they get PC invites. We just had PT Philly. What an absolute show that was. If you were watching it or if you happened to be there, how good that was. It was disgustingly sick. Humble brags. But then the top 2 players get what do they get? How big is it?
They get to play in the World Championship
The World
in
Championship
Las Vegas.
in Las Vegas, of all places in the world.
Yeah.
Of course, they held Worlds there. Such a sick, prestigious tournament. Best players in the world all battling out. Does look like, again, here it looks like Elliot's taking a mole. But maybe we expect this from Elliot. You know what I mean? He's on the draw. He knows he's on the draw. He has to have his answers and / threats have to line up perfectly to opposed to what could potentially happen at Dominic if he has a really fast early
Dominic has an okay hand. I saw 2 islands. I think Scatter Ray make disappear. So, you've got that early turns covered. I saw Invoke the Winds. I think Spell Pierce as well in his hand. And so I think Thirst for Discovery as well. I think Dominic just wants to draw lands. Like if Dominic starts drawing too many spells, he's going to be in trouble. Suddenly you have to Thirst for Discovery to dig for lands and discard your spells, and that's exactly where you don't want to be. So I don't think Elliot will resolve a lot of threats in the early turns. But maybe then he has a chance to try to capitalize.
Interesting. We'll see what's going on. Hopefully he can get a keepable 6 as it comes across here. Here we go.
Hellraiser, the first card you see. But there's a Harvester. Yeah, there's 7. Harvester, Trespasser, bunch of lands. Yeah, definitely keep.
Take this hand.
Hellraiser goes down.
And we're off to the races. Island, go.
For me, this is Island Watch. Does Dominic have lands off the top? That's going to be the most important factor of this game.
Is 3 kind of the number that they're aiming for? Once they get 3, they can basically cast majority of their spells to try and keep this battlefield clear?
It's important to hit 3, but look, it's Elliot's jamming. He's like, Harvester.
Cast this. Does it resolve?
He's going to,
No. Gets the graveyard.
Now it's land.
Big draw. It's a land. That's the land that we needed.
It's the one where you breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly you can try to get going. He has a lot of the tools that needed to win the game, but now he has to. I think he's going to be forced to counter the Trespasser.
Yeah, I think that's one of the better ones we're going to want to counter here, right?
Very happy about that.
And tap. It's going. If it's going,
land?
Dominic right now.
No.
How important was a 4 flag drop there?
Huge. Just because he could have gone a Haughty with Spell Pierce backup, or alternative already build himself up. Okay, that's gonna get Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce that. We got anything else? No impulse or anything in the turn there. Draw again.
I think now maybe Dominic has to be very curious. He just passes.
It's patient. I like this. I think I would have been patient here. Like, there's no rush. There's nothing on the battlefield. You need to cancel something on the other side. If I could stop that coming down, then potentially.
He's going to be happy about seeing this. I think he's fine with the Bankbuster because it doesn't really have a big impact on the board. It's going to be good for Elliot to try to draw out of it. But let's see if Elliot decides to play the Harvester because he knows that Dominic only plays 2 make disappears. Right? So he could, he only has 2. So he could be like, I already played 1. Do I want to jam the Harvester here? And these are the main decision points in this sort of matchup for the black-red base deck. How do I sequence my spells? And now he doesn't play the spell, and now he doesn't develop his board, but Dominic immediately punishes with that third first discovery.
And hits the double island.
Double islands? Yep. Oh, perfect for him.
Yep. Discard this island. And tap, draw again. Another spell pierce off the top.
That's okay. I don't think he wants to expose his Haughty just yet. Maybe just try to develop his board, but
yeah, talk people through that. Like, if he jammed it now with a spell piss up, why would he not want to do it now? Why is he going to wait till potentially, he's tapped out or something?
Yeah, because a lot of the removal from Elliot's side of the board is very cheap, right? So he knows that if Elliot decides to and just go for the Throat or Obliterating Bolt, the Spell Spear is not going to do anything. The Elliot could just pay the 2 mana, and so the
Blood Tide comes down here, makes
resolve?
the blood token.
Again, another decision: attack with the Bankbuster or try to draw cards. And I think in this spot, I would try to draw some cards. But he has a bunch of obliterating bolts there. Yeah, he's gonna do it main phase too.
What's the reason for doing this main phase opposed
If
to
you draw like a tapped land, like a Copper Line Gorge that he did draw actually, he could want to play it here. Yeah.
big brain play? Love to see. Does
No,
play it taps?
Again, something that's very underrated. Playing your spells in your main phase, even
Yeah.
if they're instants, like some or like using your abilities in your on your own turn.
It does take, I would say experience to kind of come to that realization that yes, it says instant, but I don't actually have to do it at instant speed. Sometimes it does work out for the better to do things at sorcery speed.
Yeah, so many cards for Dominic. I mean, Elliot is okay
Yeah,
now.
now we're deploying it.
Now we're deploying because now I think if he has negate and spell pierce, can be a pretty good spot. But I think with Elliot, if he plays a 6th land, he should have enough to play around things. I see him make disappear as well. Big turn now for Elliot.
So he's going to go.
How does he sequence?
I think that's the key bit here is how is this turn getting sequenced?
Starts with obliterating bolts.
Bam, 3 mana up.
Okay, so negate.
Negate
So
that
that's one of the cards he drew recently.
So you got 1 mana up, right?
Yeah, one mana. I mean, it's kind of 2 mana, right? With the Hotogen making things cheaper. But plays the land.
Smart.
Yeah,
Smart
now it's gonna
decision.
play the other obliterating bolt. Yep.
Target this.
This is a big signal, I think, to Elliot that okay, no more negates. Probably a make disappear or another spell pierce. He's gonna just impulse in response. Now dig in for flow of knowledge. This is the most important card.
I was kind of going to ask you that. Like, what would is there any merit there to just make Elliot pay the extra 2 so he can't follow up this turn?
No,
with, say like another blood tie.
You can't waste your cards like this. Especially, I mean, it can make sense in some spots where you have a lot of pressure, but not in these sort of spots. Like because the Jin will die, and
Well, it's dying either way, right? But what I'm getting is that card's getting worse every turn a land drop is made.
true. Yeah, but you still probably can get more out of it eventually.
Cool. That's why you're here. Your knowledge is far superior to mine and how that works out, and we are going to get it in for free, holding up the 2 mana for this Bankbuster.
Yeah, I like the play from Dominic. He was kind of, Elliot needed to have two mana removal spells and the 6th land, right? And he only had like 3 cards coming that turn or 4.
There's a 5/5.
Yeah.
There's a second 5/5.
Yikes!
That was 10 power on the battlefield. Okay.
Yeah, and again now we see maybe the tide will shift now, right? He also has the Blue Sun's Twilight in his hand, but Tolarian Terror is on these sorts of boards where you want to be.
Big 5/5 with Ward 2. Costs 1 less for each instant and sorcery in the graveyard. We imagine that they're only going to cost 1 as they came down, so there's got to be at least 6 in there.
There's the pilot. We're gonna put the pilot over Frank Carson token.
I'm sorry, Frank. I'm sorry we did this to you.
Frank is kind of like a pilot, but he's piloting a tank. Frank
He's
the tank.
piloting, yeah, a lot right now. That man steers a lot of sway. Now, how are we going to move forward? Elliot's thinking. Hand in head. How do I get myself to an advantage in this board state situation? A lot of mana up on the other side of the battlefield. 2 big creatures outside his. That's mean like even like the bank can't even like block well here. A 4/4 does not line up well to a 5/5.
That's also partially the risk with the obliterating bolts, right? They're good against Jins, but not that good against the Tolarian Terrors. You'd rather have like go for the throat in these sort of situations. But even then, the ward, that's where the spell pierces come back in, right? If Elliot is trying to kill the Tolarian Terrors, it's going to cost him extra mana. That's where sometimes usually the spell pierce can be useful again.
Do the extra tax on it. I got you.
That's what I'm here for, buddy. I got you. Standard is, I mean, it can be pretty complicated. Like you kind of can underestimate it, the complexity of the whole format. But sometimes you have decision points where you really need to think in advance of what can my opponent have, how is he going to play his things. Do I need to play around Invoke Despair now, or do I play around the other cards, right? So
there's the big one that you were talking about.
Big flow.
There you go.
It's only 5 lands, not at its best. It really starts to get really spicy at 6 islands.
Are we in any need to fire it off right now? Like, we still got a grip full of cards. If they're relevant or not, different subject, depending on what situation we're in.
Sokenzan.
We're going to make some 1/1s.
So 2 1/1 spirits. I only found 1 in our deck box.
Did we?
Yeah, we're gonna get some nice old pro player cards.
That is.
Tim Ayton,
You
a classic. Yeah,
must have picked that one a lot quicker.
that's you know, I was Brian Kibler is the second card there as well. If you don't know pro player cards, it used to be a thing in 2000s where if you were a really good Magic player, you got a pro player card.
Isn't that a Hearthstone player now? Hearthstone player on the board?
Who Brian Kibler?
Yeah. Brian Kibler going in it. You know, OG loves his Gruul decks.
He looks nothing like this now.
That is true. He looks nothing like this. But he's only getting. He's like fine wine. He only gets better of age. Only gets better of age. That man.
Yeah. So now he's lining. I think. Yeah, Elliot is lining up the blocks. Not sure if he's scared about Fading Hope. I think he realizes that card's probably will cyber it out. But
like, what
trying
does
to line
Fading Hope do here? Like, you know, what I mean, he's putting 6 power on a 5-powered creature. Potentially, if there's a Fading Hope, surely it's
gonna go.
does the bank buster.
Yeah, but if it goes in Bank Buster, he's gonna get it to his hand at least. He can replay it, start drawing cards again, right? So he's trying to maximize this. No Fading Hope though.
That's like a big brain play there. He's like, okay, okay, if you've got it, yeah, you're gonna get my 2 tokens, but I'm gonna put this back in my hand, which will draw me more cards.
Yeah, and if it was just blocked with the Bang Buster and the 1/1, just bouncing the 1/1 would kill the Bang Buster. So, again, I mean, I'm not surprised that Elliot knows this line, but
okay, let's see how we go here.
he drew Unleash the Inferno, a pretty expensive removal spell, but maybe if he can be patient and try to play it instant speed. Okay, Obliterating Bolt. Okay,
okay, we're going all in here. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
So
4
Ward,
damage on it.
pay 2. And this is again, this is where Spell Pierce comes in because he wants to use the Bloodtide Harvester to finish it off, to finish the Tyranitar off. But he's gonna Spell Pierce now. The card that you wanted to just throw away a couple turns back.
Whoa. Make disappear was what I wanted to get rid of.
Sure. But now he's gonna pay for the Spell Pierce.
Have we got? Is that another Spell Pierce in hand we've got?
Let's see. But Elliot Musso actually has another land now, so he should be able to play land and kill the terror off. Okay, he also has the treasure. Yeah, so he's gonna do that. He's keeping the land in his hand so he can sacrifice the blood token next turn and try to draw a spell. And now board's clear. He got through 2 Tolarian terrors, which is pretty impressive.
Why? Like, we had the option to stop that. Why did we not stop that?
Stop with what? Like play another make disappear?
Yeah, we could play make disappear and stop him doing that.
I don't know.
I feel like it would be better to have the 5/5 right now than not.
Yeah, possibly.
You know? But I'm sure there's decisions here. Maybe we want to make a copy of one of these. They are just spirits and pilots on the battlefield.
Yeah, he has time. And like Elliot had to invest so many resources into that as well.
Coming across here, another 2 points damage, chipping down to 11 points. But they've been missing land drops on the other side, so you know that their hand must be full of spells.
Yeah, for sure.
Is this the turn we fire off the draw 5?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
There's the pilot token. What's that card at the back? Is that back card a Shield Red?
Oh, yeah.
The alternate art one, I think it. Well, one of the newer art ones, should I say?
I think another reason why not to do is like if Dominic plays the make disappear, Elliot could pay the 2 mana and just not sacrifice his Bloodtide Harvester, which of course like is a relevant thing on the board right now. But now that the terror is down, the Harvester is down as well. So like maybe Dominic thinks, okay, I can handle 2 1/1s. I have the flow. I can just draw into a bunch of lands and I can rebuild. And I still have so many good spells like Invoke the Winds. And I think he has even 2 Blue Sun's Twilight. Okay, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well, we're going to draw 5 cards in response to that's Shield Red. That's the one of the new art Shield Red.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I thought I knew all the Shield Red arts.
No. So we're going to see, obviously in response, we're going to draw the 5.
In response?
It'd be pretty bad otherwise.
Draw 5, discard 2. Yeah. Oh, he has... Okay, Pithing Needle and make disappear. Make an exit. Resolves.
Does that show any strength of the hand, or are those cards just kind of not very good in the spot, so we are ditching them?
I mean, Duress was the...
was that Duress or Shield Red?
I think it was Duress that he just drew.
Bam.
I know my Duress
Good
arts.
eyes.
Yeah, look, like now Dominic's like, yep, go ahead.
Okay, I'm asking you, what are we taking here?
I I don't. He can't take terror, so he's gonna take one of the either
Thanks, Elliot, by the way. While you're thinking, thanks, Elliot, for laying these out for us, making it a lot easier for us to see. So it
so
looks like
to consider
there's
negate.
land, creature. What's the one?
So
underneath?
invoke the winds is the 5-mana one. So
Okay.
that steals an artifact or a creature and untaps it, or Blue Sun's Twilight. So with the 6th land, I mean Dominic can play either one of the steal spells. So he's definitely going to be stealing the Shieldred. So
It's not bad. There's worse creatures to steal.
yeah, that's why in this matchup after sideboard, the Shieldreds are kind of really can win you the game, but can also lose you the game because of these powerful stealing spells. And I actually like the development. I think Blue Sun's Twilight is a really cool card. Invoke the Winds is really cool. And I'm used to be big fan of control magic and treachery, like all those really cool.
Used to be. You still are. Anytime I see an island played, your eyes just get a little bit brighter.
It's such a stereotypical thing to say about like pro players. Oh, pro players like blue. I didn't play as much blue as I could when I had the opportunity. I kind of regretting it now. So
you keep saying that you're this Jund player. I love Jund stuff.
Yeah,
but like honestly,
exactly.
looking at you, people at home can't see your face right now, but you've got the biggest smile. Your eyes have turned like really baby shade of bright brown. You are loving seeing these islands, as it looks like they won the 5-drop copy effect.
You don't like having a full grip of spells and your opponent has nothing?
No, I like my opponent having a full grip of spells and then dying because I've got none left.
Sure. Like to be fair, I recently someone asked me what's my like kind of pet card that no one's playing, and I said Blood Oath, which is a card where it's 4-mana instant. And you can say a card type, and for each card in the opponent's hand of that card, they take 3. And I used to love playing that against blue control mages. They tapped out end of turn for a Fact or Fiction, and then like, aha, here you go, take 12.
It looks like we are stealing that Shieldred, but it's not going to live much longer.
We expected that. Unleash the Inferno's gonna, he's gonna kill his own card and swing for 2 again.
But he is out of cards. He's only got the one that he's just drawn there. I didn't get a good look at it. It was one of those quick glances. He killed it in the upkeep, so he wouldn't have took any damage off his own Shieldred.
Of course. But now Dominic is in a spot where, okay, Elliot spent so many cards.
Oh, it's a charm.
Oh, I think it's a Riveteer's charm.
Yeah, so end the turn, exile top 3. We talk how we liking that? Or we're doing it now?
No. He's doing it at the end of during his end step.
Yeah.
So that's gonna mean that the card, or he's thinking either exile graveyards or exile top 3 cards of his library, and he can play them on his turn.
Which do you like?
I mean, if he plays it now on exiling the graveyard, Dominic, I don't think he can play the Tellurian Terror. Like at least not for for cheap. But there's two considerers in hand, right? So it's very like the Terror is gonna come down sooner or later. So maybe why not try to get some cards to play on your next turn? But it's a big decision for Elliot.
And Elliot knew about the negate, so he has to do it now while
he wants to do it now. Yeah. And that's the issue. Like if he exiles 3 cards, Dominic goes 1-mana Terror, and he has still double consider and negate up. That can be a big problem. Okay, so he's gonna exile 3. Yeah, I like that plan a little bit better, just because Dominic can hardcast the Terror eventually.
How's free land for you? I think that's free land.
I don't know if the middle one is land, but I mean, at least he's not drawing 3 lands, right?
that is true.
I mean, he wouldn't have won if he had exiled the graveyard.
Here comes the big 5/5.
Yep.
What we consider.
Oh, dear. Jin off the top as well. Double punished for not using the charm to exile the graveyard of Dominic Mashik here from the Czech Republic.
Let's have a little look. What are we doing?
He drew a spell though.
3-mana port side could be Fable. It's not.
Trespasser. Okay.
You can just in time, exactly when you want it. turn 17 or whatever we're on.
Yeah, a little too late.
Yeah, I'd like to exile.
It's gonna make the gen a little bit smaller.
Only marginal. I don't know if I don't even know how many spells are in that graveyard. That is a lot of spells. Are we in one-shot territory? 1, 2, 3,
very
4,
close.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we're at like 12 or 13 here. And with a couple of considers in hand and the gate, so there's there's a chance we could end up just getting in one-shot range here.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's the Trespasser. The one in play is a little bit nicer. the alt art one.
And Elliot deciding, it's not worth going out after the instant sources here. He's taking the creature out. He's gaining a little bit of life, which might come irrelevant. Not be
Probably
relevant.
not.
Or first at the end of turn as well.
Yeah.
Draw 3, discard 1 island.
Oh dear. And there's so much in Dominic's hand now. This is the part where it really turns the tempo of the game. Plays consider as well. I think he can really load up his graveyard further and try to go for 18 is a lot, right? I don't think he gets there. Oh, doesn't even want Invoke to Vince.
Well, I kind of like, pin it in the graveyard. Keep
Yeah, there we go.
I've got enough. I'm filling my graveyard up, and he is going to be able to one-shot with the Djinn. And that's multiple times we've seen that happen now on camera.
Yeah, Mono Blue Tempo taking the win up to 5-1, 1 win away from day 2. And I talked to a bunch of people. I know a bunch of people from the people that Dominic tested with. The other guys are not doing so well with Mono Blue Tempo. And I'll tell you why. You got to win your die rolls, and you got to dodge the really bad matchups, like Azorius Soldiers. Things like that.
So but it looks like in our backup feature match here,
yes,
we're going to have Grixis Reanimator versus Jund Reanimator. We've got.
I like the Reanimator stuff. I wanted to see it in action. I didn't get to quite see many Atraxes yet, and Cruelty of Gix. What a wonderful card there on the left side of the board. So that's Alessandro Lippi, a known Italian player. I've seen him around forever and ever.
And they've chosen to obviously go through the modes here by the looks of it. It looks like it started at 2 or even 1. Normally you see these slam down on 3, so they just want to bring back one of the big threats from a graveyard.
Yeah.
How does this work because it's any graveyard you can bring it back from?
Yeah.
In these sort of mirrors, which one's more favoured, the Grixis or Jund? One splashing green, one going for the blue spells.
I like the blue a little bit more because when you play Grixis, you get access to Corpse Appraiser as well. So that's a nice way to exile the opponent's stuff that he maybe wants to bring back. But Shane Murray came prepared. He already plays the 4 Scrap Gorgers main deck. So those exile at will. Also Graveyard Trespasser, now turned into Graveyard Glutton. Those exile. And so this board looks really good for Shane. Not gonna lie, but I think Alessandro has still a bunch of cards in his hand. I see Siphon inside, and of course he has that Cruelty of Gix, but I don't think that's gonna bring back anything just because of the instant speed Scrap Gorger possibilities.
Bam!
Look, it's like rolling up his sleeves, like Siphon inside. Let's try to find something good.
Looking for answers. Anything here that looks like land?
Go for the throat, I think.
No, I think that's double land. I think that was a triome, wasn't it?
No, that was one of I think the Warhammer go for the throat.
Oh, damn.
I think so.
Now we're going deep.
I saw,
but
the only reason I know is I saw a bunch of players having that. So the frame looked very, very familiar.
I actually like that. I got into 40k recently. Yeah, you're right. It is. It's one of those.
So he has to play it, but he has to pay the ward of discarding card.
That's fine. Extra land. Get rid of it. He kept it in hand clearly for this reason.
Yep.
That's going to go to the bin. That's going to go to the bin as well.
Yep.
Filling it up.
His own bin.
So, looking like a card about what we're copying. We're copying.
Scrap Gorger.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Are we doing this just as an exile effect?
He's gonna tap it. Oh, he wants to exile the Siphon inside as long as Alessandro is tapped out, while leaving up his own Scrap Gorger for the Cruelty of Gix. So it's like, what do you target?
I like it. That's big brain.
But now they're trying to explain how the sagas work. So let's pull up Cruelty of Gix just so everyone can see. Well, actually, this is actually why the deck's called Reanimator, and so.
So are they saying that now it's gone up to 3, we've missed the opportunity to crack our blood type token, or are they saying, while this, this is on the stack going up, now I want to crack my blood token?
The thing is that there's an opportunity before we get to chapter 3, that maybe Alessandro wants to play something, but what they're talking about is then if it's targets, like it says put target creature card from a gear. So I think Shane was like, so what are you targeting? And maybe Alessandro's like, oh, I will still want to play something. But he ticked it up to 3 already, so he's just maybe now trying to figure out, like, can I still play something?
And on the flip side, that it should be day, right? 2 spells were cast last turn. We stole the go for the throat, then we cast the go for the throat in the same turn?
But it was Shane's turn, so it's only day night's only on the player whose turn it was.
Is it?
Yes. It's different from the old werewolves.
Oh, maybe I got it. Well, clearly I must have got that wrong. So it looks like we're going to cycle. We're going to get that land in the graveyard and draw a... I think that's the 3/3.
Yeah.
We can exile something.
Maybe there were no creatures in the graveyard. I thought there was at least a trespasser, right? But apparently not. So
Oh, on the other side of the grave. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, maybe decided against it, or maybe because it's a check card, maybe they missed that and decided against it. Copy's gonna go.
Yep.
We're gonna untap. Draw another land for the turn.
Oh, he has plenty of cards still for Shane. I mean, life totals look pretty close, but
Now, do these sort of like mirrors pan out? A kind of like I say, Jund mirrors back in the day. as in, we're both going to go back and forth, answer removal, answer removal, answer removal until eventually, while we're in a top deck war, or one person's going to stick a threat that has
Okay.
there's no answer for.
you know, it's kind of funny that when Grixis midrange gets into top deck battle, it's usually like the first one who kind of draws something and like can really make it happen. But here sometimes like you draw into your cruelty of Grixis and like you have nothing to bring
Nothing.
back, right? But you can still tutor, right? You can go to chapter 2 and tutor something out, but you take 3 and it's kind of a wet noodle fight. Sometimes.
Noodle fight.
That's what it looks like sometimes.
I just think when you say that, I think of like an Emrakul. That's what I think of. Like, that's a pretty good fight you want to be in. And it looks like the third oil counter gets put on this. Card gets exiled, and now it turns itself into a 3/3. Are we going to get... Yep, we're going to take that out. Life totals are getting pretty low now. Both players at 8 life. That's going to get dropped down. But then, look on the other side. We've got a Fable flipped. Blood type hardest. That's a...
Ooh, Blue Sun's Twilight. Interesting.
Anything? Are we making a copy, or are we going to go digging a bit more? We've got basically potentially one spell this turn. We are kind of lacking on our mana. We've only got 5 land.
This is tough. I mean, he can try to steal the flip Fable, but in response, there's going to be another Harvester made that can, on his own turn, be sacked to kill. The Fable right away. So, but he's tapping 3, so I think he wants to take it.
Yeah, I like this.
I mean, it's going to get rid of it, so that's good. But he should definitely. He's going to make a copy in response. It's like, are you tapped out? I'm tapped out. All right, so let's make a Harvester again.
Target this copy. Get another blood token.
Yep. It's like, yeah, it's still day. Nothing has changed. Just
that's night.
Put
right?
it away. Oh, sorry, night. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that happens. That resolves. Sure, cool. Anything else?
Yep. So 2 blood tokens there.
These aren't to be mistaken for just, these are just rubbish tokens inside there. It does so much in these decks, right? It's a way to get one of our big threats into the graveyard so we can reanimate if we need to. It's a way to get rid of extra land in our hand, potentially turn them into spells if we need. Or if we do have enough of them, potentially we can kill a big enough creature with these blood types.
Yeah. That can happen. We'll see. I mean, Shane Murray has to decide like how he wants to sequence, with his opponent being at the solo. Honestly, I'm not sure what was happening there because they were motioning towards the blood token. Now he doesn't have any blood. What is happening? Okay, tear asunder. What is going on?
So we...
and that was all at the end of that turn. I'm so confused.
I think we went...
Okay.
Blood token, drew the removal spell, cast
Drew.
removal
Okay,
spell,
yeah.
drew for turn, attacked.
Yeah, it was just done in such a strange way.
A lot of stuff at the end. It's cool.
Yeah.
So we're playing this. Let's see if we can exile. We've got a plethora of cards to choose from.
Yeah, so he's like now going all through all the check cards. Like, oh, if you don't know what those are, these really heavy white cards, it's when you play double face cards. If you don't want to keep flipping them in the sleeve, you can use a check card where you just write down what the card is, and when you play the check card, you pull the real card from your kind of sideboard, or like from your deck box and use that when it's in play.
Just trying to go for the throat.
Yeah.
Off that 2 land, rinse the bin.
Okay.
Obviously we took the spell. We are missing our land drops, but potentially we want the spells more than land here. I think the last kind of hand might be an Atraxa.
Possible. I know Shane has the Unleashed Inferno, so he's gonna clear the way. He's trying to chip away at Alessandro Lippe with the Harvester.
Got a 2-turn clock here.
Ooh, Titan of Industry. I don't think he has a 7th land though. Yeah, there's the go for the throat. Land 7.
Oh, it's tapped. Okay,
And I don't.
Stroke
I'm
off
not
the
sure
top.
if he has triple green there because I don't recognize all the arts. I think there's has at
one,
least two.
Two, yeah, I think there's two I can see. As a Fable, so Fable's a good rip off the top there. Comes
Right.
along a bit of token. Seen this card multiple times. It does look like the players are in turns. The turns dice is on the battlefield, so this
Okay,
potentially
second
is
turn.
two.
Okay, Titan.
This is big. What mode are we choosing?
Gonna take one. So it's probably destroy enchantment and make a 4/4.
I also would agree. That's how I think I would choose.
I like shield conjures, but Lippi already played so many go for the throats. Yeah, so it's turn 2 of extra turn. So and
Right, this would be turn 3 if it went back across, right? So this should be turn 3, turn 4. We go back. to
it
Leap
doesn't
8,
really.
turn 5
I don't
Shane.
think it matters for Shane because if Shane if it's turn 2 or 4, 2 or 3, like he's still just gonna get one after this. So
Okay, big draw.
yeah,
What have we got? What are we gonna find? Land is not it. We don't.
he can cast the
we can
Atraxa
cast the
though.
Atraxa.
He can swing.
Oh no, this is not what we want to see. On the other side, a big 7/7 lifelink first
Yeah.
strike death
Like,
toucher coming
Block
down.
with the 4/4, and there's the
Boom.
Atraxa.
Couldn't slam it hard enough. If you're going to play a 7 drop, I'm going to play a 7 drop. Mine's going to draw me a lot of cards though.
Yeah, so now he's kind of explaining. There's the blue. There's the.
Yeah,
Right.
we've got the mana for it.
He has this because he has the like John Land, the
Mhm.
Zeator's Proving Grounds, which is in green. Ooh, that's already looking spicy.
That is good. So we got sorcery. We can take instant. We can take creature. We can take land. We can take enchantment. We take. This is a 5.
Yeah, 5er. Yeah.
7 mana. Get an awesome creature. Draw 5 cards of your choice from your top.
He
10.
won't have
Sick.
time to use them though. Like
Nope.
we're an extra turn, so really at the end of the round. And like, but Shane, I think if Shane had a removal spell, he would have probably already kind of shown it.
So we got another big rip on the other side if we can get there. What's he looking for? Go to the throat. Even the 7 mana. The
Yeah,
drop
Unleashed
one,
Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tap the top of our deck. Hope for the best.
Indeed.
Oh, hold on.
Like-
it's 7.
It's a 7/7.
Yeah, so he swings with both, right?
Yeah, no, but then he can block the 4/4 and he's gonna gain 7 from the.
Oh,
lifelink,
then it will
right?
drop down
So-
to 1. Look.
Oh my God! He found
ripped
it.
He
For
ripped
the
open
win.
throat.
Oh my God!
Top decks galore there. Oh my word.
That
What?
was sick.
That's great. I love the slow roll as well. Jeez. I would love to see how many were cast that game. Like, how many did he have left in his deck? That was
It
incredible.
was a lightning helix
That
moment.
was
Oh
like a
my
helix.
God!
Welcome back to the booth. My name is Will. This is Big Z Zatlkaj. We're taking you through all this standard action this weekend. That game, like both those matches in fact were really good, really grindy.
Yeah.
Showed off the potential of both, not only the excellent players, but also their decks piloted greatly.
Mhm.
And they're all battling out to try and win one of these trophies here sat in front of us. You
Yeah.
know, multiple trophies sat in front of us. But the main goal is to make day 2. So if you're just joining in, welcome. We did start the weekend with 471 players managed to qualify to play this weekend. The first goal for them is to battle it out. They want to get 18 points or better, so we invite them back tomorrow. Because tomorrow is where we start getting into the real prizes. So not only have we got $100,000 on the line, filtered down for the top 64 players. Well, we're going to get players to watch it. No, we're not. We're going to get. They're working on something in the background first. They're going to get prizes. Here it comes. Now
There we
everybody
go.
can see this is what everyone's playing for. The money's great. Everyone loves money. That's fine. But that's not why we're here, right? We want the guts and the glory, and we only get that if we can get to the PT. Top 36 players are going to get to that. But what is better than a PT invite?
Worlds.
World's invite. Top 2 players this weekend will be getting an invite to Las Vegas to play in Worlds. And on top of all that, they all get to qualify for Athens, which, you know, a lot of players this weekend qualified for here. Then the top 36 get invites to Athens. They don't have to go through all the hard work to try and qualify for it again.
All one step at a time. Now Shane Murray with that top deck, go for the throw,
Yep.
has the 6th win. He's
in.
gonna get to battle tomorrow, and you know you can only qualify for all these great things if you make day 2.
Mhm.
And we've suddenly reached a point where you can get those 6 wins, lock day 2. Of course, you want to pick up as many wins as possible.
You
right?
want to make tomorrow a lot easier for yourself.
But like it's already a good thing that you have that in the bag and you can focus on just winning your other matches. Great job from Shane, by the way.
Just spoke like it was top. It was like top deck Atraxa.
Yeah.
Top deck, go for it. Absolutely sick. Love to see it.
I think he had a Traxa for a while, Lippi, but I think the Fable was drawn and the Goblin token like proved important, crucial in getting that 7
I love to see it, and exactly just that aspect of magic and coverage is just exact. That's so vital. That's why I love watching these. That's why I love bringing these to you all at home. Hopefully you're enjoying these. But that is going to be the end of round 6. We're going to pass off to the ladies. They're going to take you through round 7. So stay tuned for more standard action coming soon from Naples. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. This time we've got a quick deck tech with Mr. Laplacian himself. What deck did you bring this weekend?
I brought mono white midrange.
Why did we bring mono white midrange?
First of all, I like white, and second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck in the format?
No, good
Just-
matchup against Grixis. Grixis is the best in my opinion.
So, what 3 cards do you think are your key cards in this format?
So first of all, Bunkbuster, but as anybody can play, it's like probably not just a part of mono white midrange. So removal, very important. Ossification and lay down arms, awesome removal spells and permanents and so on. And very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring Ossification back, and so on. So even after invoke despair, you can get back into the game. So against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one.
Yeah,
for value.
So what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not Mono Blue Tempo with Genes, Counter Magic, and so on. And Atraxa, depending on the exact version, because we have lots of Atraxa, like 5-color, 4-color, Naya, Red.
Well, which ones of those do you not want to play? And what color? Like the 3-color variants that are more honed in, or the big?
I don't want to play any Atraxa, if I may ask. But besides that, probably the more color, the worst, because the better grind they have, the better late game they have, the worse it gets for me.
Sick. Well, on that one, we'll be back shortly with some more action. See you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for the round 7 of today. We are in Naples for the LEC. We are fighting up for the invitation for the Pro Tour and for the invitation for the Worlds. And I don't know what to say. It's such an amazing tournament, I think. And guys, we can see at meta breakdown, I think, in soon
Yeah,
enough.
we have here the meta breakdown, and surprise, surprise, Grixis mid-range is the
Yeah.
most played deck. Even though it is the most played deck, we do have a lot of variety on the
Yeah.
decks that are being played here today, as we are going to see in our first match, because it's Mono Red versus Toxic. And after 7 rounds of Magic, we've been feeling a bit toxic. We want to
Yeah.
showcase this deck here.
Finally, yeah.
I
And do you think that Gritzy is doing pretty good today, so we will see a lot of them tomorrow, or you expect something different?
For sure, with 28% of the meta breakdown, I think Grixis will perform pretty average, which means we'll again see tomorrow. It's going to be nice tomorrow to make a comparison between the meta
Okay.
breakdown percentages of first day and second day to see what decks are performing well or not. There's not a lot of Selesnya Toxic, but apparently doing pretty well because both Tom Law and Mono Red Aggro, as Andrea Boscali, I hope I'm saying it correctly,
Sounds
both are 5-1, so that's pretty good. It should be a fast matchup, but we do have
Yeah.
a backup.
Yeah,
So
of course, we always have a second table ready for
turn
us.
1, Phoenix.
The
Chick.
little chicken.
Yep. It's little, but it starts dealing some damage and already
Yeah.
1 in the air. And one thing that toxic players don't have, it's a way to reach.
Mm-mm.
So at least for now, it's a very good card here to start dealing some damage.
I'm really a big fan of Mono Red also because it's the first time for us on the coverage today. It's the first Mono Red that we can show you. So I'm pretty happy that it's going that's good.
Mono Red Lily.
Yeah.
So we have here Jawbone Duelist, 2 mana, 1/1 double strike, toxic 1. And this card usually I'm happy to see in draft, but it's really fun to see playing constructed, and it does get really scary when you have ways to pump it.
And of course,
Play with fire, taking care of that Jawbone
2 damage.
Duelist, Tom realizing that this is a big threat and just taking care of it. That's the good thing about Mono Red. It does have plenty of removal, especially
Yes.
cheap removal that usually can go face, but it's really good against his green-white deck because it's able to deal with it. What is
Yeah.
not able to deal with is a 3 mana 4/4 trample and
Toxic.
toxic 1. Whenever it deals combat damage, it also proliferates. So
I think that the main problem here is the toxic counters, because otherwise you have to deal 20 damage, and it's a lot. You need to be a lot more fast than 10 counters with proliferate. It could be really fast.
with 3 mana, I believe that's a Furnace Punisher at the beginning of each player upkeep. It deals 2 damage to that player unless they control 2 or more basic lands, trying to punish decks that don't play basic lands, which is actually the case of these Selesnya Toxic, as no basic land is under the control of Andrea. So this will start dealing some damage, and obviously here being exiled temporarily with a next sentry. If Tom has a way to deal with a next sentry, the card will go back to him. The issue is that this is for toughness, and we know that Mono Red has trouble dealing with things with more
Yeah.
than 3 toughness.
He only has bolt for 2 spells for 1 or 2 or 3 damages. So he could double spell it, but he needs the mana, and then it's 2 cards for 1.
And Chick dealing another damage, but now this 1 damage is not seeming enough when
No.
Andrea just has so many things. Playing another one of the Furnace Punisher, which will start dealing damage as we see that Andrea is already at 12, but that 4/4 really threatening Tom, and there's Skel, which is also able to protect the other creatures.
Yes, this is such a good spot for Celestia Toxic for Andrea right now, because the creature has also trample, So even if you try to jump block, the Toxic always gain in face. So it could be a really big problem also because of its proliferate ability.
For sure, and here we have the card that Selesnya Toxic loves to see. Slaughter Singer, making every creature with Toxic that attacks other creature get +1/+1.
And
So now these creatures are attacking for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. And I think Tom might have to block as he is at 16. So Tom considering here what to do.
also he has 2 Toxic plus proliferate.
Yeah, the Toxic is also something we have to start looking at, as this game can end way before someone is at 0 life.
Exactly. That is the issue with Toxic, that when you have one counter, you could start jump, but then if your opponent has proliferate, it could be really, really difficult for you to keep up.
The thing also is that, as we saw, Andrea is at 12. If
Yeah.
that Furnace survives, when Andrea draws, it will go to 10. Okay, but no,
Exactly.
there's a spell there and able to destroy that Furnace and survive.
And now also the chick cannot block.
Yeah, so things not really looking great for Tom.
Not at all.
We see here Tyver's 10 playing it. It's a new instant from Phyrexia. Target creature you control gets +X/+X and gains X proof and indestructible until the end of the turn. This is great. Like,
Yeah.
pumping a creature is very good, and when you pair it with gaining indestructible, things get crazy.
And we have now 5 counter and 9 life point. I can't decide. Do you think that he will die first for 0 life, or for 10 counters?
What do you think, Twitch chat? Let us know. Do you think that it's not over yet, but do you think it's going to get death by life, or are we going to see death by poison?
Of course, if Tom cannot come back, but I saw him. It's very difficult for him, I think.
Yeah, also stuck at only
Yeah,
3
3
lands. I see a Raiju in end, which is 4 mana,
Yeah.
so there's Strangle. So there's a way to deal with one of the creatures.
Yeah, but still not enough
Yeah,
damages for taking down the 4/4 trample.
yeah.
That is our main concern right now.
Andrea attacking with Skelv means that Skelv cannot not protect the 2/2, so it got dealt with, and now we have also another removal. So Strangle on the 2/2, and then followed up by a Lightning Strike, destroying the Skelv, and now Andrea is down to 2 threats, but they are good ones.
Yeah, there are still so many damages. Both at the same time, it's a good answer.
That would be fun to see.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, 2 mana and he said,
Oh
no,
my
okay.
god, this is for 7 damage and 3 toxics.
Gosh.
So now,
It could die from both at the same time.
oh,
That
for
happens.
sure. It might be what happens next turn. I think maybe we even get a loss for concession before somebody dies.
Yeah, it could be. He's thinking about what he can do right now, but he cannot block because the Phoenix cannot block. He has 3 mana, so he can't remove 3 creature with 3 mana, especially when one of them is 4/4 and he only plays spell for 3 damages or 2 damages.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate here for Tom being stuck at 3
And
mana
of
with
course.
a Raiju, Thundering Raiju in end, and this is game 1. Toxic. Toxic demonstrating why he's been so good. Don't forget that last weekend, Toxic actually won the Japanese regionals.
Exactly.
This is a deck that you have to keep an eye on, especially because it was not the most played deck, and it still got a great win percentage rate. this deck is definitely one to watch, and we are going to have a game too. And things are going to be really different here post sideboard. Mono red does have a lot of answers. If we can have the mono red player sideboard here, there we
are.
go. Right away, I see a bunch of removal. We have Strangle, we have Brotherhood's End. Okay, Brotherhood's End is good, but we saw that the Selesnya Toxic deck does have a lot of creatures with 4 toughness, what escapes this Brotherhood's End. We
That
do
is a
have Blood Betrayal, which steals a creature, so that's fun. You can steal one of the, the Toxics, but other than just Rebel Salvo, which actually gets around indestructible, we have Obliterating Bolt, Rendering Flame, but
Yes.
at the same time, like that's the thing with Toxic, it just creates multiple threats, and 3 damage is not going to be enough to deal with the 4/4 or the 1/4. But on the play, we can see, and if
Yes.
this mono red player is able to have the 4 lands, things can get tricky.
Yes, also because this is a proper aggro deck, so he can go really, really fast if he's on the play, but also Selesnya can go very, very fast.
Yeah, and we have here a display of Selesnya. We see another Annex Sentry on the sideboard. This was the 1/4 that exiles creatures up to 3 mana value. This card was really good, difficult to deal with on the mono red side, and it exiling one of the creatures. Definitely a good card. We also have 4 Vending Announcements, which is a fun card to have on the sideboard. We have Valorous Stance, which is 2 mana, and usually we only think about the destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater, but actually is able to give indestructible to a creature until the end of the turn, which might be relevant to protect something against mono red multiple killing spells.
Yes, and when you use that, and your opponent is trying to use 2 spell for killing 1 creature, and you make them indestructible on the second spell in such a good value.
Yeah, I do have to point out the obvious choice here. Knockout Blow, designed specifically against mono red. 3 mana, but it costs 2 less if it targets a red creature, so it costs 1 mana. And what it does is that it deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, and you gain 2 life. For 1 mana, being able to deal with cards like Thundering Raiju and still gaining life, definitely 2 cards that are going to go in the sideboard here for our Selesnya Toxic player. We also have Lantern Flare, deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. Pretty good card.
Let's see what I decide to sideboarding. I'm kinda happy about this matchup because we didn't see a lot of red decks and a lot of Selesnya on the screen, so pretty happy. And I have to say, I was expecting a lot more of Selesnya, especially because of the good results that was done before. So, but probably, as we said before, also the problem with have the cards in your hand and can buy them could be tricky.
Yeah, that's the thing with standard. Although there's obviously a lot of cards being opened in draft or when you buy a box, sometimes it's not enough to get the cards on time for these events. And usually, at least what I do in my play group is somebody has the cards and lends to other people. But if all your friends are playing this tournament, you gotta make choices, and sometimes it's not easy to find. Decks like Mono Red or Mono Blue are way easier to access, and they are also great aggro alternatives to play.
You can at least try with what you have.
Yeah, but definitely this deck, someone said joking that this almost is like a very good draft deck.
Yeah.
Because it has so many Phyrexia cards. Like,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
definitely drafted some bad versions of this deck, you know? Also, a card that we didn't see is for Venerate Broad Priest. We know that this card gets really crazy, especially when we pair it with cards that target it.
Without against the mono red could be funny to deal with.
Yeah, because now every time you try to target things
Exactly.
with Strangle, you get a poison counter.
You say, "Oh, you kill my creature. Okay."
Such a beautiful day here today as our players are shuffling up and entering round number 7. Just a reminder, we have 9 rounds today. Players with 6 wins or a score of 18 points advance to day 2. And don't forget, top 36 gets invitation for the Pro Tour. But
And the
more
top 2, yeah, for the world, guys. It's unbelievable. Very, very good. And tomorrow we will have another full day of Magic. So don't worry, we will cover for entire tournament.
let us know where you are watching from. Are you from Europe, the States? Are you from Latin America, Asia, Africa, Australia?
And
I-
we were just talking about him.
yeah, and it's like, okay, played with fire, but at least you
First
got a
counter.
first counter, you know? You only need 9 more. Mono red doing what it does best, playing creatures with haste, attacking bloodthirst adversary, it's a 2/2 haste.
I see a lot of different countries. And he's thinking about the land drop.
Someone was asking, it's top 36, not 32, that
36,
advances,
yeah.
yeah.
36.
That gets the Pro Tour invited. And it's so cool. Pro Tour Philly was really recent. I had so many friends going,
Yeah.
and they all love the experience. I'm really excited when it's the one in Europe this summer because it must be such a great experience to be
Yeah.
at one of these Magic Cons. And we have here our Selesnya Toxic player already starting with Crawling Chorus plus a Skrelv. Tom does have 3 lands.
Yes. The problem here is that right now he again have one counter, one toxic counter, so it could grow to 10 pretty fast. And bolt on the skip.
2 more damage there.
And so right now the 1/1 is not a big deal for him. Because
For sure, the thing is that those
going on with the
toxic,
toxic,
yeah, the toxic start adding up. We are
But
at
he
2
can
now.
try to deal and make a run faster.
Yeah,
Not right now.
that's the issue, you know. That's the issue. Mono red aggro does well when the other side are little creatures, but now a 4/4, it's 4 is the exact
Exactly.
number that you don't want to see because all your spells deal 2 or 3 damage, and then there's that
That's the problem.
4/4.
And also, the creature in mono red isn't big enough to block without less the trample going on.
Yeah,
So-
that's the thing. There's trample, so even with a chump block, that doesn't do
Exactly.
much because you're still taking damage, you're still getting the damage, it still proliferates.
You could do something with the monastery, I think, if he can be able to pump it up enough with the prowess, but not sure about it.
The thing is that now attacking with the bloodthirst adversary, the OP is like, okay, I'm going to attack. Either you take 2 damage because I cannot block anyway, or
Exactly.
if you block, I do have something to deal the remaining damage, or at least I can.
I try.
Yeah, and I think there's maybe a Brotherhood end. I might be wrong. In end, so that can be another way. Like if you block, then I'm going to Brotherhood's End, get rid of the board. You create a 1/1 token. That's it. I see a Lightning Strike. That's for sure.
And he has 2 mana open. I don't know if we have a creature for the second trigger of the saga.
I gotta love that other players are playing almost 60 minutes rounds with
Yeah.
with these Reanimator decks, almost decking until the last card. As per Legends, we have the 5-color human Joda. We have all these, and then these 2 decks. Just mono red, Selesnya aggro, quick and easy 5/1 at a regional championship.
And one of them, the one who will win, is for sure be in day 2 because 6-3 is enough for day 2.
Oh, that's a great point, actually. Yeah, the player that wins this is like, okay, I'm
I'm
done.
day
Day two, day two. Of course, being able to win a couple more would be
Yeah,
great
of course.
as they can try to lock that top 32 tomorrow, which is really important. Top 36. It's top 36, not 32.
Yes, but you can play a little bit more relaxed, always focused, but you are sure for day 2, so you can take a deep breath and say, okay, now I'm in this day 2. I can relax and play well.
Yeah, somebody was asking how Arne is doing, and actually I saw that Arne was 5-0, and he and other players decided to bring the Esper Legends that we have been seeing with
Yep.
Toralf with the forwarding announcements, and I think combined they were 19-1 with that deck, which is unbelievable. Definitely they made a great choice there. And speaking of choices, looks like Tom is deciding on what to do here, as things are not looking too good.
And this one is an open deck list tournament, so in any moment you can check the standings, check the deck list, just go on MTG Melee and you have all available.
And tomorrow we'll probably will see more of these names as they are doing
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
well. And we are trying to avoid the Grixis mirrors,
Yeah,
you
because
know.
tomorrow we will see plenty of it.
Even as for Legends, as we saw a lot of it on the stream, that's why
Exactly.
we decided to bring here Mono Red versus Lesnia Toxic. We're gonna bring different decks, showcase what's been playing and doing well here in the tournament. But I'm sure tomorrow we'll see a lot of Esper Legends and Grixis.
Yes, for sure. Also, because Grixis, there are so many. Nearly 30% is like so many. And today we are 471 players for the finals here in Naples. If you want to join another final, be sure to try with Prague in the next 2 weeks, and then you can go to your local stores and try to find other tournaments for that and qualify for Athens.
Oh yeah, and Greece in June. I mean, really tempting, not going to lie. Here, Tom really considering what to do.
Yeah.
Tom is at 18 live, 3 toxic, and Andrea is at 13.
I don't think that the 18 life could be an issue, but 3 toxic right now, it's something to deal with. And he decided to take all the damages and 3 toxic counter because it's toxic, and proliferate.
Exactly. So now, if I'm correct, going to be at 6 toxics.
Yeah.
And another
one.
Oh no. If one was difficult to deal with, imagine now 2 for 4 tramples. This card costing 3 mana is crazy. They've
Both
been...
have trample, both have toxic, both have proliferate.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, these lately, there's been so many amazing cards for green. 3
Yeah.
mana, it's only 1 green devotion, if you think
Yeah,
about it.
no,
And
I don't know what to say. When I first saw that card, I was not sure that it was a real card because it's so strong.
when I started playing Magic 10 years ago, a 3/3 for 3 would be a good card.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's a 4/4 with trample, toxic for 3. Okay.
Okay, so we have here another bloodthirst
That's it.
adversary, but just not being able to attack.
No.
And that's where the card is so good.
And
If-
now he cannot. No, one of them will pass for sure, even if you block with everything.
Yeah, maybe Tom might have play with fire, someone mana
Yeah.
removal, but things are not looking up.
Yeah, but the problem is the damages will be dealt anyway, so the proliferate and the toxic will be going.
Both games, these 4/4s has been amazing against
Yeah.
red. And if 5 years ago, Lily, you would have told me Wizards printed a 3 mana for 4, with trample,
No.
I'll be like, okay, what's the upkeep cost, you
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
I wouldn't know it as
What's the
toxic
deal with it?
proliferate, you know?
They need a flaw. No, they have none in this case.
Yeah, but overall cards are getting better and better. And
Yeah.
speaking of good cards, there we have again. This card is amazing against mono red. An X sentry entering and exiling the enchantment. Kumano faces Kazan.
I'm really trying to understand what Tom could try to do for surviving.
Double
block
block
on
is a
one.
way. Takes 5 damage, 3 toxic. That's the only way not to
Yeah.
die here. But one more
Yeah.
toxic and it's game.
Exactly. And then now you have 3 mana and 2 creature with toxic to deal with. It could be really, really, really difficult.
Yeah.
And it's a GG, of course.
Shaking hands. This was a game always on Selesnya toxic side. Tom tried with a mono red, but those 4/4s are really difficult to deal with.
And so Boscagli will go to day 2 for sure. So I think that he will be pretty happy now. He has 2 rounds more for trying to do a better results and secure up his 64 entrance for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, but don't worry because we do have a very spicy backup match that we are going to see in a bit. We are going to jump now into table 2, and I've heard there's a Jeskai control.
And here we are.
To be playing Jeskai control at 4-1 and 1, I think.
Probably, yeah.
Versus mono white mid range. So I wonder if this is one mono white or if it's those mono whites that are splashing blue for some
blue
counter
mana.
magic. So let me grab here the deck lists.
Let's see. I think this is game 2 for them. Probably.
Yeah, I think Tubia is up a game, and now they are making the sideboard decisions. I'm going to just check the deck lists to see what exactly these players are on. So Jeskai control as 3 Wandering Emperors, Sanctuary Warden, which is the 6 mana white card 5/5 flyer, 1 Wandering Mind, okay. Bankbusters, 4 Fable of the Kiki Jiki, the Populate, Farewell, Strangle, Memory Deluge, Negate, Abrade, Make Disappear, 2 Dissipates, oh, okay. 1 March of the Orderly Light, and 1 Fateful Absence. So definitely a lot of good cards here on this Jeskai pile. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm seeing also a lot of cheering up for people who are playing. Keep going, chat. It's great. Really great.
So it looks like this mono white, it's actually a mono white.
A real mono white.
It's a real mono white. It's our more common mono white with a Monrak though, so that's spicy, but looks like one of the regular mono whites not splashing blue or some counter magic. I wonder how this match plays out. Obviously, Tubia being 1 game ahead, I can see how Tubia can have a lot of cards that deal with mono white. 2 Depopulates, 2 Farewells, just great cards to wipe mono white's board.
Yeah. And also, it's easier when you know the opponent deck list, because you sometimes, as we said before, the deck list can be different for 2 or 3 cards than what you expect. So when you for sure know what cards are you going to play, you can choose wisely what you prefer.
Mono white being one of the most played decks this weekend as well.
Yeah.
At no surprise, the deck is really good. Oh, and the Populate showing up there. It's okay, it's over deck list.
Yeah, in Trieste there was a deck list error, and it was on the feature table. The player has already lost the first game. Then there was a deck list error, and the call of the judge is a game loss. So it wasn't happy about that at all.
I can imagine.
Sometimes happen.
I'm taking a look at sideboard because we are entering on game number 2, so sideboards have been made. Jeskai control with 2 brothers and 4 sunset rivalry.
And let's see if they decide to keep our moon. Triumph. Second land.
Oh,
And now we
okay.
start.
That's an interesting start. Starting with what some people call the new Bitter Blossom, but not quite. Let us know, chat. Would you prefer this or Bitter Blossom? Which one is your favorite? And actually, the Shrelv's Eye is a sideboard card, so obviously Brian thinking is good here against the Jeskai, so let's see what work it does. Going to start making 1/1s in the upkeep and losing 1 life, so down to 18. Really smart there from Bryant, putting the die in top of the library so they don't forget the trigger.
Exactly.
It's something I always recommend if you're playing a deck that has a trigger on the upkeep. It's always nice for you to not forget it.
And now we start with the toxic counter. And nope.
And a gate there. We all know the value on Bankbuster, right?
Yeah.
So Negate also misses a lot of the mono whites drops because they have quite a bit of creatures. So just getting rid of that Bankbuster, if mono white cannot draw cards, 2B is going to be okay. But here already a lot of pressure with the tokens. They are going to start dealing some toxic damage. We also have ambitious farm and played, getting planes into Brian's hand.
Do you think that mono white could be fast enough against Jeskai control?
Yes, the key question is, can 2B find the populator farewell early enough, right?
Yeah.
And I already see one Wandering Emperor. Probably
exactly.
here it's going to be what 2B is going to do.
Yeah, also because the poison counter, the toxic counter keep going up.
I cannot quite see what was played as is a bit eyed. Let's try to see. I think 3 mana must be a Lauren.
Probably.
I will bet on that. I might be wrong. Lauren of the 3rd pad. So Wandering starting to make some 2/2 vigilance. Those are quite good against the 1/1s that our opponent is playing, as now they are not going to be able to attack so easily. Another creature, another damage taken by Bryant. And we have some removal here, trying to deal with that 2/2, and to be thinking, and oh, okay. We have an answer that lay down arms, getting countered. That card is so good. Just for 1 mana, it can deal with basically anything later on when you have a lot of planes.
The problem now is that he has 3 tokens, so at
Yeah.
least 1 pass and 1 toxic damage.
No, because it attacked.
Oh no,
it
you're
attacked the Planeswalker, but still losing
right.
2 mites that cannot block anyway to get rid of a Wandering
Yeah, no,
Emperor
exactly.
is pretty worth it, I think.
Ooh, a Fable.
We are playing 9 rounds today. This is round 7, so there are 2 more.
For today, because we have an entire day tomorrow.
Okay, let me just say that I think I saw a Brotherhood's End, and that's really good right now, right?
Yeah.
Although you also have your 2/2, so it can get rid of Bankbuster though, which is nice. If you don't want to destroy your creatures, but there's Bankbuster on your opponent's side, you can use the other ability of the card.
He decided to keep a land and make it disappear.
Yeah, Memory Deluge there, founding some key cards. Right now, Tobia doesn't have the necessity to board wipe, because it would also kill the 2/2s, which right now are available. So there's time. Here, Bryant again losing 1 life in the upkeep to create 1 Mire token. Also, Tobia has 3 poison counters, which means that now all creatures with toxic on Bryant's side have lifelink.
Exactly. So now it's really a big problem because you have to deal with them in some ways. Now they deal toxic, they lifelink. You can do really a lot of things right now.
Yeah, and you don't really mind losing it, right? Because you keep doing them. Like, okay, board wipe, I keep doing them.
Yeah.
I think that's why one of the main reasons that Brian decided to bring these cards from this card from sideboard, because knowing that Tobia has so many board wipes, this card keeps on giving. And let us know, chat, are you enjoying the stream? Give us our feedback. We are working really hard on making each stream better, and technical team really working hard here.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Big shout out to them. So we have here another ambitious farmhand. There's right now the board is kind of crazy. I see 2 ambitious farmhand. I see Lauren trading now with a 2/2, and there's 3 mites. Unfortunately for Bryant, there's not Coven. Coven happens when you have 3 creatures with different powers. Right now, there's only 1 power creatures, so that means that ambitious farmhander cannot use the ability to become a 3/3 lifelinker.
I don't think it's a big problem right now. I mean, he has a huge board, so he can do a lot of stuff, try to do damages, try to keep the toxic counters up. Ooh.
And there it is. We said there was time, but the time is here.
Exactly.
Brotherhood's End getting rid of the mites. So here what happened is that, and very smartly, don't forget those 1/1 mites are artifacts. So Tobia chose the side of Brotherhood's End that says destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less, being able to destroy the mites, but keeping the 2/2 vigilance.
Exactly.
I think that's what happened.
But the problem is that right now, he still has 4 creature against to deal with.
Yeah, upkeep another mite. That's the thing with the mites. They keep appearing. 4 mana, that's a Sarah Paragon. Really good being able to get, for example, a Bank Buster from the graveyard.
Sarah, maybe.
Maybe, because Disdainful Troll being able to deal with it. Really nice.
Yeah, it was a good choice. I think it was the only choice because you don't want the Sarah Paragon to go down.
Yeah, and here make disappear, making sure Bryant isn't able to play anything, and that's why it's called Jeskai Control.
One mana, 2 mana, 3 mana, and the Fable. Let's see. And I really love how he continued to keep up his crowd of little Pyrexian creatures.
Yeah, and they have lifelink now.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that so good? Like, yeah, I'm losing life, but I can get it back.
And also, not also I can jump block, but I can jump block and get lifelink. The turn, after of obviously.
Yeah, unfortunately they cannot jump block because the
no, it can jump with the other 2 creatures.
Yeah. And we have Wedding Announcement here entering the battlefield. I love this card.
Yep.
I feel like these 2 enchantments are the enchantments of the moment. Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Wedding Announcement.
Yeah, totally agree. But of course, announcement. Out of the game immediately.
We see a little head popping up.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to be sure just for checking up things like
Yeah.
graveyards or text.
It's not like Arena that you can just click on the card and
No,
it
exactly.
appear what it does.
Exactly. And sometimes when you have cards in languages that you cannot understand, it's pretty useful to always have an app or a judge near to you who can show you the oracle text.
Yeah, that's
Of the
great,
cards.
especially when there's cards in different languages.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, this deck does F2 dissipates, which is really interesting. This card hasn't seen play at all. But the
And-
exile ability is very good against Reanimator, so I think that was a smart choice.
Get rid of the goblin so he cannot produce treasure.
Doesn't matter how many board wipes Tobias has, because look at this, Brian just keeps recovering the board.
Yeah. Checking the time. Yeah, 10 minutes are not so many.
They are not, especially if Brian wins, right? Because then we are going to have a
Exactly.
game 3. We have a reflection of Kiki Jiki now.
But it's enough for Brian to try to win this game, to close this game.
Another one.
Ah,
I see the populate in end for Tubia.
mm-mm,
That probably needs to be played really soon.
exactly. And that's why I'm thinking about. I'm not sure that in 9 minutes Brian can do something and close the game.
Yeah, and for those of you that are wondering, this card is the Eternal Wanderer, not the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, exactly.
Things are getting confused with so many
It's the new one.
wanderings.
It's the Pyrexia one.
I still remember when we saw Wandering for the first time. Wanderer, I thought it was on War of the Spark. Everyone thought it was Elspeth. I might be wrong. Don't quote me. My lore knowledge is not great.
Another token for him. Let's see if he's decided to cast the populate right now.
Yeah, the
or
thing is
still
that
wait.
the populate doesn't get rid of the Planeswalker, I think. If we could get the card on the screen here. This Sanctuary just gets so much value. It's going to start taking off the shields to make 1/1s draw cards.
Now we have the citizen token.
These cards completely flips games. 5/5 flying.
Yeah.
Attacking the Wandering Emperor, not the Wandering Emperor, the Eternal Wanderer that we are trying to get here on the screen.
Yeah. Triple citizen right now, and we have the Eternal Wanderer.
There it is. No more than one creature can attack the Eternal Wanderer each combat, so it's tricky to get rid of.
Yeah. Especially when most of your creatures is 1/1.
You know one thing, when I played this card for the first time, I thought the minus ability was only on your opponent, so... But no, your opponent, it was only for you, but it's also for your opponent, so...
Another Phyrexian token.
It's the mites versus the citizens. Who will win?
Let's see if Tobia can keep up for 7 minutes or going to game 3 draw.
Yeah, the thing is that would you even depopulate here? Because
Exactly.
your creatures at this point are really good too.
I think that probably 5/1/1 is enough point for day 2, if I'm not wrong. But I'm not very
Now
sure. So
it's a bit off. It's 1 point off. If they draw
Yeah.
one more, it is enough.
yeah, they need to have a second draw or a win.
Yeah.
Yep.
5-1-3 is enough.
Yeah. How many players for today? The entry was 471 players.
A lot of players here in
Yeah.
Naples.
A lot of them. Also, there was a lot of players yesterday for the last chance tournament.
And the Sanctuary is gone, the most threatening card. And now, Tobia might be considering starting to use that, the populate soon.
Yeah. Let's see. He's attacking just with one. Okay.
Is there a card that gets a discount if a creature died this turn?
That's
Maybe
what I'm
just to gain the life.
wondering. I'm not sure if the wonder that we don't see is on the board, not on the graveyard, but I think it's board. And I'm trying to understand which card are outside the screen. It could be
I think
an
it's an
unlicensed.
I think it's an unlicensed source.
Could be. There is a reckoning. There is another wanderer.
Everything at, but only one card can go at it, right? So maybe
Yeah.
some are going
Exactly.
face.
Decide to crew.
Probably attacking with everything before depopulating.
Yeah, probably. And also right now they are crewed, so the two vehicles are creature.
That Myrex also on Tobias' side, being able to give him some 1/1 mites, Myers.
And here we are.
Oh, I think okay, so I'm not sure, but I think what happened is that Tobias said everything to Wanderer, but only to the Eternal Wanderer, but only one creature can attack at it at the time.
Exactly.
But maybe it was just face. It's a bit hard to tell here because we cannot see the gestures where they are trying to attack.
Kinda confident that it was on face and not wanderer.
So here the populate, but in response we
The
have
trigger.
two triggers. We have the
Yep.
Reckoning Bankbuster trigger and also the Unlicensed Sword exiling some cards.
Yep.
But that's the thing, like the populate, you still have the Planeswalker, you still have
Exactly.
the Myers every turn.
Yeah, but 3 minutes left, so you can try to survive as long enough for
Yeah, it's
ending a
true.
draw.
Because if you can even survive, you win, right?
Yeah,
Because they
exactly.
are 1-0, so that's pretty good. And here, that's the perfect card to do so. Sanctuary, 5/5 flying. It has double Divine Shield, and you can remove a counter from a creature to create a 1/1 citizen and draw a card.
Exactly.
Upkeep, Meyer is going to happen. I think maybe Brian didn't say the trigger on time. Some confusion there.
I know that Tobia is a pretty amazing player, so probably could be something like that. But again, there is a judge dedicated for the table, so for anything, they can call the judge and have a nice call.
The Stone Rain, I wonder what that's going to say. Let me check here. So the Stone Brain, they can exile these to choose a card name, search target opponent graveyard and a library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them. For each player shuffles, then draw a card for each card exiled from their end this way. So I wonder what they said.
That's a good question.
I guess we're going to discover.
Meanwhile, 2 minutes left. And still 5 counter of toxic and 13 life points.
Checking the exile there.
It's difficult. It's very difficult.
Checking the graveyard.
And the cards in hand.
Okay, so I guess it was the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
And since it's taking one from the end, I believe, to be as the opportunity to draw a card.
He's checking the deck just for be sure there is no other.
And Otawara as well in end, which is
Yeah.
interesting. That card can do some work. But at this point, things are even looking better for Tuvia than Bryant, right? So it's difficult. I cannot see Bryant win this one.
No, sorry, I was laughing because I said I saw people in chat say it's the old catenaccio, it's the strong Italian defenses when you say I won the first and I just want to lose. Because right now it's Tobias' strategy. It's like, okay, I won the first, I won't lose the second, so I will win.
And we see, I think, an upgrading end.
It is an Otawara and the land. Eternal Wanderer is triggering. He's decided.
The thing is
Which
that
one?
there's no 4 counters, so the minus ability cannot be used. You can
Exactly.
0 create a 2/2 samurai with double strike, or you can +1 and exile one target artifact or creature and return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of that player's end step. If you do use it on a token, for example, it does not return.
And upgrade on the token.
Things are looking really good here for
Yeah.
Tuvia, which I think is going to take this game with Jeskai control.
Oh, wow. Now he has 2 removal in hand, so he can try to... And Otawara also, so he can really, really try to do something.
Attacking. Okay, so it looks like one of them is going at the Eternal Wanderer.
Yeah, and
the
the other
other
two.
ones are going face. Taking the counter to make a 1/1 citizen and drawing.
2 mana.
Oh,
Of
Fateful
course.
Absence. So very smart there of Bryant. He's like, okay, you took the counter. Now I can destroy
kill.
that.
Yep.
Of course, if Tubia doesn't have an answer, which we know, there's no.
Four mana. And Otawara. Bounce back.
Very smart there, bouncing back their own creature.
It's saving it.
And I cannot see how Brian can come back from this
Yeah,
one.
I really, really see no way. But still, 3 minutes, because, guys, you know, when you are in feature table, you have extra time because you lose sometimes for setup, sitting down at the tables and everything, so you have 5 minutes more.
And it's back. It's back. It comes with more shield counters, able to create 1/1s and drawing cards. Really good card. Mono white always had something, which was a difficulty of drawing cards. But Sanctuary plus Bank Buster kind of fixed that problem, right?
Yeah.
On white. White being a color that has been gifted a lot of good cards lately.
Yeah, why 5 more minutes? That is why.
Yeah, the thing is that feature match always gets a bit of extra time because things take time to set up.
Exactly.
This land is also another land that is really good in mono white.
I'm wondering what the... Okay.
Yeah, so the reliquary there can draw cards. One if you have an artifact and another if you have an enchantment. Oh, another the Stone Brain. Let's see what this one says. And gotta love that Elspeth with the promo treatment.
Yeah.
Fateful absence on the Emperor, it looks like.
Yep.
It's really cool that this card can also target Planeswalkers.
Yeah. Because in this case, also with this Planeswalker, it's so difficult to deal with because you can attack with just one creature at the time.
For those of you asking if there's going to be a VOD of this tournament, usually Legacy European Tour does upload on YouTube a couple of days after the tournament. So if you want to see your friend or if you are playing and want to see your feature match, there's also something exciting when you're playing is then to rewatch.
Yeah.
Some people prefer not to. They're like, no, I made too many mistakes. I don't want to rewatch.
Just be sure to push the follow button.
Things looking pretty rough here for Bryant. Tobia going now on the draw, having Brotherhood's End. Untapping draw, another land. And then Kiki-Jiki is going to
flip.
reflection of Kiki-Jiki now being able to... So this card works really well with Sanctuary.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's copy any card that is not a legendary.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sanctuary Warden is not a legendary, so you can actually copy it.
Exactly.
Get some value.
Exactly. And now, I think they are at clock, so in extra turn. All on Elspeth. Treasure token. The counter, the shield counter out for the trigger. They're just clarifying if they can, that is always good or not.
Yeah, at this point you are at 4-1-1. You have to keep trying until the end, but Bryant doesn't have much where to ope.
Right now, Tobia is so far away.
And let's see what Bryant is able... I mean, let's give it though. These Myers, they keep popping. Since turn 1, that card hasn't disappeared in the board. Okay, so we are going to have a draw there from the Reliquary. Drawing 2 cards because there's an enchantment and an artifact. Actually, Reliquary works really well with this enchantment, right? Because the enchantment creates the 1/1s that are artifacts, so then the Reliquary draws you 2 cards.
Oh,
pretty nice there. What a game, and here to be able to win and advance with 5-1-1, which is a great place to be 2 rounds before the end of day 1.
Yes, also because right now I just want to win 1 more or draw.
Yeah, what a game. Congratulations on Tobia doing super well here at this tournament at 5-1-1. Only 1 more win needed to be able to lock that day number 2.
Exactly. I have to say I'm pretty happy about this score because I know I shouldn't cheer up for some player or others, but Tobia is also a streamer, so we know him. It's a very good player, and I'm kind of happy for him because I hope to see he doing good. That's all.
It's always nice when our friends are doing well, especially in coverage. I've been there. I definitely understand you. And now you can see the faces to the voices, which is always fun after 1 hour. This is Lily, and I am Filipa, and we're going to be one of the casting pairs for the rest of today and tomorrow.
And tomorrow, exactly.
Alongside Will and Matt, which are the other casting duo.
Exactly. And we are here with our prizes, our trophy, because prizes will be a lot more, because tomorrow the top 64 will get an invitation for...
The top 64 gets money.
Yeah,
they
no,
get
sorry.
Money.
36. I'm starting to be a little tired. And 36 will get an invitation for the Pro Tour, the top 2 for the awards. And it's an amazing competition for right now. It's standard. And We didn't see standard since COVID, pre-COVID, in paper.
Yeah, that's true. The first big coverage paper
Yeah.
event here in Europe, at least,
Yeah.
which has been so much fun. For those of you that don't know, we are in Naples, in Italy,
Yeah, exactly.
and this is the European Championship Finals. Lily, you're being Italian herself. I've ate some amazing pizza since I'm here, let me
Yeah.
tell you. And it's been just a joy to see so much standard playing and such a diverse meta game. I'm really
Exactly.
excited to see so many different decks. I think every single match, at least that we have been covering, has been like some different deck
Yeah,
list.
for some cards, for sure. And also because the next one, the next qualifier will be, the next LMS will be in Prague and will be modern. And then the final will be in Athens and will be pioneer. So standard is kind of different. That is why it's so good.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to showcase different formats
Exactly.
here, and we are definitely having a blast. All these competitive players, Gabriel Nassif is here, Andrea Mengucci is here, Turalf is here, Hard
Dominguez.
Arne is here, Javier Dominguez. All these amazing players are here this weekend. Martin Carvalho from Portugal. I also have to say someone from
Yeah, no,
Portugal.
for sure.
Here and representing the best players in Europe. It's
Mhm.
been a blast, and I think we are going to be back for the next round shortly with Matt and Will.
Yeah. If I
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LEC European Tour. This time we're going to bring you one deck with Mr. Laplassi. My name is Will. I'm joined by Dan Rose. Dan, what did you bring this weekend? Why did we bring one of white mid-range?
First of all, I like white, and second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck in the format?
No, good
Just-
matchup against Grixis. Grixis is
Welcome
the
back,
best, in my
ladies and
opinion.
gentlemen.
So,
LEC European Tour. Now we're going to bring you one of the key cards in this. My name is Will.
So
I'm
first
joined
of
by
all,
Dan Rose. Dan,
Bunkbuster,
what did you
but
bring
as
this
anybody
weekend?
can
I
play,
brought
it's
Green Light
like
Toxic. Yeah.
probably
Okay,
not
why did you
just
bring
a
that
part
this
of
weekend?
mono white midrange.
So, I played a
removal,
couple of like the aggressive
very
decks
important
today. I wanted
classification
to-
and lay down arms, awesome
Sure.
removal spells and permanents and so on, and very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring Cosification back, and so on. So even after Invoke Despair, you can get back into the game. So
So-
against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and
Sick.
Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one.
Yeah, I
More
like that.
value.
So what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not mono blue tempo with Genes, counter magic, and so on. And Atraxa depending on the exact version, because we have lots of Atraxa like 5-color, 4-color, Naya, red.
Well, which ones of those do you not want to play? And what color? Like the 3-color variants that are more
I don't wanna-
honed in, or the big?
I don't want to play any Atraxa, if I may ask. But besides that, probably the more color, the worst, because the better grind they have, the
Okay.
better late game they have, the worse it gets for me.
Sick. Well, on that one, we'll be back shortly with some more action. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will, better known on the internet as WillHallExp, and I am joined by the one and only Matej Zatlkaj, better known as Big Z, and we are taking you through round 8 of standard action here, live in Naples. Big Z, how's this week going for us?
Good, it's fun.
We're almost there at the end of the day. 2 more rounds left. This is going to be the last time everyone sees us on coverage. But
Today,
just today. Obviously, tomorrow they're going to see loads of us.
Yeah,
But
they're going to be
also,
sick of us.
let's see who else they're going to see into day 2. Let's look at the players we've been following all weekend.
Yeah, the two players I think we're definitely going to see, and we're going to see a lot of still, is Arne Huschenbeth and Torolf Severin, who are playing the same Esper Legends deck with the 4 wedding announcements in the main deck. They've been crushing it.
The whole team on this deck has actually been crushing it, doing extremely well. They've got a crazy record for this weekend. We've also got Martin. Martin looks like he's picked up his 4th loss there. I imagine that's a drop for him. Mangucci's fighting back though. You know, I think he's started a bit shaky, but he's managed to fight himself back to a 5-2. Frank Carlson's still living that dream. I'm looking at that for Frank. Let's go, Frank. It looks like obviously Canister did pick up his 4th slot. I managed to speak to him between rounds. Yeah, he picked that up, so he's gonna be dropping, I imagine. Oscar. Oscar's getting a 5-2.
Yeah, so
love to see it.
Jean-Emmanuel Depras as well, just now having a apparently really close match, but he's kind of clutched it.
I was waiting for you to say that name. I really don't want to be the one pronouncing that name then. But I'll finish off with Gab Nassif, who is going to be our backup feature match for this round. But who's going to be our main feature matches for this round, and what decks are they going to be on?
So we have Alex Campbell, one of your buddies from England. He's on Esper Legend. He's facing off against our good friend Sodek.
Sodak, popular dredge, combo streamer extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Look, I'm a big fan of Tom. Tom's a really nice guy as well. If you speak to him, you know, he takes the time. He explains everything if you ever get lost or anything. Plus, you know, he's doing pretty well, and he chose to pick up the mono red deck this weekend because he thought it's going to be able to punish these kind of Grixis decks and this Grixis style. So
yeah, the way he built his deck is also really interesting. Like usually, like the red decks, you know, have a lot of decisions, but he plays some cards which, you know, Furnace Punisher is a card that's gotten really popular from, you said, like 3/3 manas and punishes you for those greedy mana bases. So really good against Grixis. But also playing Falconrat Pitfighter, 1 mana 2/1, which I haven't seen too much in the arena queues or in deck lists. So even 3 Strangle main. So I think he has a clear plan of attack. But I do think, I don't know who plays first, but he's going to be my big favorite.
It's going to be key who plays first here, especially he also took a mole. So I was watching him in between rounds, watching him play some games. The curve on this deck is crazy. If it goes off, like you basically, if you don't stop this curve going off, you can finish you off with all the burn spells that we see. But it looks like both players taking the mole here, down to 6. Oh, and Tom is on the draw, but he does see a tap land to start off. Is he going to have a turn 1 threat? I think he's got at least a Swift Spear in hand that I managed to see.
Ooh, no 1-drop from the mono red
deck.
Not
have a Swift? Oh no, it's not Swift Spear. It's the 2-drop he's got in hand.
Well, look, Talia. Talia's so annoying. Like you have to kill it, and it blocks all your stuff. Like, yeah. Player Ronom can't get through the Talia. That's why Talia is such a good card in this metagame. Really good against other decks. Now there's also a Rafine, and Alex Campbell is not stressing. He's attacking. He's conniving. He's gonna make that Talia probably bigger. Yeah, discards Harbin. And I also saw a Shouldered in his hand. It's like,
this is the curve that we spoke about by the Esper Legend decks all weekend. If it can curve off 2, 3 into 4, have its perfect mana, these, you know, and they're also showing why this deck is hitting up such results this weekend. And it looks like we're blocking. It's going to do 1 damage.
It's a nice card, right? Like an extra card you get off Ronom, but it's decides against, which I think is the better play. I mean, he's already has such a big board advantage. Now the Furnace Punisher.
Here we go. Furnace Punisher.
Take
How many
2?
basics? None. Let's do 2 on the other side. This is kind of like the 3-drop that the mono red decks have kind of tailored towards, right? Because in this format, a lot of people are getting greedy with like the Grixis sort of type 3-color decks, and this card's really starting to punish them.
Yeah. Let's see. No 4th land, it seems like, for Alex Campbell, so he doesn't have the Shieldred. Does have an Adeline though.
Yep, that will do. And we've got a free, you know, we've got the 3/2, so we can attack if we need to. We're going to get these attacks in here.
Yep.
Get a couple of triggers on the stack.
A Connive. Which one has to decide where he wants to place it. Okay, so Thalia. So it is Thalia, and there's where's the attacker? Yep. There's the 1/1 attack that attacks due to Adeline's trigger.
So we're going to get like 1/1 come in. Here comes the blocks. We'll decide how much damage is going to go through.
Right, card viewer is working. So there you see Adeline responding to Cathar, really nice kind of X4. But whenever you attack, not with her, whenever you attack, you create a 1/1 white human attacking creature. So really builds up his board on Alex's side. He gets to connive. I think he targeted the Thalia, so now he has to discard 3 cards. And ew, she's shaking. Alex Campbell is, I would say, is nervous about being in a feature match here, like playing for day 2.
I'm about to say,
I mean,
that's the thing. He's playing for day 2. This is a winning in. The winner of this match will be coming back tomorrow, or at least invited back. They're not going to force them to come back, but they will have the option to come back tomorrow and ballot out for those prize money, for those PT slots, for that world slots that we have on the line this weekend. So we're going to see how we're going to try and stack it. We've got a couple of triggers.
but
Got lands. What are we going to do here?
it's so difficult. Like the Thalia already grew way out of proportion. It's now a 6/5 actually. First striker. It's already hard to deal with.
Like if you draw this up on, one of these decks is meant to be the control, like the mid-range deck. The other one's meant to be the aggro deck, but it looks like there's shoes on the literally the other foot here as well. To a flying start on Alex's side.
Oh dear. That's okay.
And we're getting in. We've got menace on one of these creatures. The other one's is a 2/2. Why were we not blocking there?
With the Adeline,
Mhm.
he's probably maybe scared of like a strangle. Tom plays 3.
And also, like Alex will know that Tom is playing free because this is an open deckless tournament. You'll see at the start of each round and in between sideboarding games, both players get 3 minutes to look at their opponent's deck list
Interesting.
before they side up.
You know what this makes me think? It's kind of like Tom has like Raichu, like Thundering Raichu that he didn't play. Tom, I think maybe has even one more creature. He does have Sokenzan in his hand, so he probably wants to play that and get a blocker. Yeah,
Too much.
Yeah, too much. But like one thing that could be an interesting plan of attack with there was to make his opponent think that he has a lot of burn spells in his hand, right? And it's like, oh, I'm not blocking. I want to trade, and maybe that would have forced Alex to leave a few more creatures behind. But that doesn't really work. When you have Sheldred's Rafine, it already gains you so much life.
Sheldred has been on the battlefield. We're going to gain too much, and it's going to be pitting way too far out of reach here. So, Alex managed to take down game 1. Is there anything you think he's bringing in here to try and shore up this game 2?
Yeah, I probably cut downs. Like cheap removal is going to be good here. Maybe go for the throat, so to kill Thundering Raichus. He definitely wants to take out the Razor Lash Transmogrant. Maybe the Harbins are a bit too weak with just 2 toughness.
Any thought on the lockdowns here, or is it
Maybe potentially like it's sometimes the boards get gum up and it can be good, but can punish you as well. But I'm thinking more about just the remove spells and getting rid of some of the more expensive cards.
okay? How does Tom get back into this then? What's he got here? Like I see some planeswalkers in the sideboard here.
Obliterating Bolt's pretty good. Can take maybe or even Rebel Salvo. This is always really difficult. Like, do you want to find a card that's good against Rafine or a card that's good against Sheldred? Right. So I could see him trying to transform into a more controlling shell, like with 6 planeswalkers and just a bunch of removal spells and whatnot. But
I wouldn't be surprised that Tom loves like these sort of synergies where he can flip flop from one style to another.
Yeah.
So he's meant to be the aggressive deck. Realize that doesn't really work here. So he's going to start taking out a couple of these 1-drops, a couple of these like smaller burn spells, replace them with planeswalkers, bigger burn spells, and as you say, trying to shore up that battlefield.
I would love to see that actually. It could be really interesting because I on the fighting on the ground can be difficult. Maybe this is like for Tom that his plan is going to be like try to stay aggressive when he's on the play, but maybe he can try to transform into something more controlling on the draw. But that can be pretty punishing as well if the draws don't line up.
If you look like if we bring in all the burn spells and all the planeswalkers, that's 10 cards, right? We've got like 8 1-drops we can take out realistically if we wanted to. We can kind of mix up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that shake up here on Tom's side. He does have the 22 lands to support that, so it could be there. But does he want to do that when he's on the draw or the play? Now he's going to be on the play. Maybe it could be a different game. It could just do what Mono Red is going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead.
Exactly, and it can be really difficult if your spells don't really line up well. The planeswalkers can be really like a thing you don't really want to draw, especially when opponent plays Thalia, and you already you have to remove it, and it's going to kill your whole turn because it makes everything more expensive. And then you have to suddenly there's Rafine on the board, and okay, you have to deal with that. And then they play Sheldred, and are you going to play Planeswalker there?
Sheldred. It's like the last thing Tom ever wants to see. Every time I've been watching him on the top tables. Anytime someone casts Shield Dread, it's basically game over for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Shieldred is in that interesting spot in the metagame where, at one point, a few sets back, it was like, or the last set, it was almost unplayable just because like mono white was like the by far the most dominant card in the format,
Mhm.
and like lay down arms, like all these, the mono white could really easily deal with Shieldred. But now it's making a comeback because it's just so good against the aggro decks.
Do you know one of the kills I want to see happen is I want to see Shield Dread on the battlefield swing with the Raffine and just
Yeah.
have like all these triggers on the stack and just be like, right, drain 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and go. Which is kind of like I don't think it's come up this weekend and it might never come up. But if you've
No,
got
it comes up relatively
but
often.
if you have 2 Shield Dreads on the battlefield, one on each side, and then
Oh,
working
sure.
out how which triggers stack first. Do the players know which triggers stack first?
Sure.
How etc. Like I think that's sort of my fascination with mirror matches. A lot of people hate mirror matches, like another mirror match, cool. But like the detailed play in that, yeah, people can just flood or they can get mana screwed. Yeah, for those games, whatever. But when it's 2 decks, have almost the same 75, do it the same game plan, draw dependent. How it going to work? Am I going to be the control deck? Am I going to be the aggro deck? How they plan? That's I really love that about Magic, and just seeing how players come at those matchups. Like what's their game plans? How are they going to go about it? They've obviously jammed a million of these games. This isn't going to be the first time Tom's lost to a Shield Dread. He's seen a lot of it this weekend, but he has managed to put up a 5-2 record. So one game away from making it to day 2. There's 2 more rounds. This round plus 1 more, and then we're going to be calling it a day here. Go and get some pizza, I imagine, because that's all. That's all I can see in Italy is there's pizza shops everywhere. So that's all we end up having.
Can't wait.
But
Oh, it's gonna be so nice.
a lot of pizza.
Yeah. One thing I did want to go back and like what you said about mirror matches. Like I've been selecting the feature matches, and hopefully, everyone in chat is trying to appreciate the fact that we haven't had too many Grixis mirror matches. It's by far the most present deck in the room. It's almost 30% of the metagame. But I've been fighting hard to show you a good variety of decks because it's like actually the top tables are pretty diverse over here. Like we have Mono Blue Tempo doing well, John Reanimator doing well, right? Like we have a couple of other decks that
we've got a couple of heroes left out on the battlefield. Yeah, there's a couple of heroes out there that we're trying to follow, trying to bring the more interesting games in here. But then, I'm not partial. Today we're going to start playing the winning ins, right? That's what we do on day 1, the last couple of rounds. People that are like, I've got 3 losses and a loss knocks them out and the win takes them in. But basically, anyone on 15-ish points, that's the people we're going to start getting in the feature match the last couple of rounds. Bit on the line, and then as of tomorrow, we'll start getting the King of the Hills, the 9-0s, the 8-0-1s, the 8-1s. Those sort of that's what we're going to start hitting in the feature match. And that's when things start coming a bit out of our control. We can't really pick who is going to be 8-1, who's going to be the 9-0 matchups. So if we do have someone spicy, we'll be getting them on this camera. If not, if it's a mirror, yeah.
Yeah, and as Alex is mulligan, I can tell you that we currently have 3 undefeated players left in the tournament.
Name him, shame him.
You love that. So in 3rd place, Shane Murray on John Reanimator. We've seen him in the feature match area. He's really cool take on the John archetype. Michael Roebock is on Grixis midrange at 7-0. But in 1st place so far, Mono Red Aggro.
Hey.
In the hands of Leo Chappelle. So really good from him. But we got a good mix of Grixis midrange, and I see another Mono Red in 8th so far. Some Esper Legends, Mono Blue. Mono White as well in 5th so far. So
you know what we haven't seen? The Soldiers deck.
A lot of them were at the back tables. There's still a few of them. I think one of them is at 6-1, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I see Robert Steiner is at 6-1. But we'll see if we get a few more in the feature match area. Speaking of,
I say we're off to the races here. Like Tom's got his one drop.
Aggro. I love this play.
Make it a 3-3. Get in there.
Yep. So
that's obviously the +1/+1 counter. I believe that Saga should be on 2.
It should be on 2, yeah. But there's the go for throat. Great answer. Doesn't deal damage. Yeah, we forgot to put some counters on there, but both players know.
Yeah.
Both players know what's going on there.
Tom doesn't even pin it. It comes into the battlefield tapped, apparently. It's already getting turn size.
It does a lot of the time. No 3rd land from Tom, but...
Now, is that good or bad? That shows that we've got all spells in the hand, which is what you don't want your on-red opponent to have. But then, if they don't have the mana to be able to cast like 2 a turn, it's also quite good for you.
Okay, Thalia.
Now, Valley's going to attack.
No response? No lightning strike for face? No, okay.
That was a basic off the top.
I think we're going to see like a Strangle here. Or maybe a Furnace Punisher to try to get the damage in.
That might be a Chandra in hand. The 3-drop Chandra. He's looking at Strangle.
Also lightning strike. Like he has options. Oh, interesting. He goes for the lightning strike now, so that
What's
costs
the reason
3.
behind that? Is that to use all our mana up?
Yes,
So we can
yes.
potentially use 2 spells next turn,
Yeah, I
like a
think he has
Strangle
Thundering
Plus?
Raichu in his hand and like strangle, 2 strangles actually. So maybe he thinks he might need to use them the next turn. Also has, I also see a cut down on Alex Campbell's side. Okay, that's a flip card. Can you tell us what it
A
is?
2 mana flip card. It can
So
only be
Denick?
a handful. There we go.
There's the Denick. That's an annoying
Notably,
card.
if it dies, it does get exiled. It doesn't get to go to the graveyard to
Exactly.
get flipped.
Kumano, the etching of Kumano doing work. Let me try to pull it up.
Okay, and we do see coming down here.
Yep.
So in response, we are going to see the cut down for the counter we're getting put on it. So as we cut down, it has to be power and toughness total of 5. So while it's only 4, we're going to get that off the battlefield here.
Yeah, and there is the Thundering Raichu that just came down with Sodak drawing 2 lands in a row to actually cast that. He's going to be on the receiving end of some lifelinking damage. Going to pad Alex Campbell's life total, but
Looks like Alex Campbell's got 2 of the big, the white dragon.
okay, AO, the Dawn Sky.
That is I'm looking.
Wait, are you?
Oh yes, it is. Yeah, you're right.
I was completely right. I even got the Dawn Sky part right.
You're always right. I don't
I
even
mean,
know why.
Yeah, exactly. I feel really like there's a lack of trust here in the booth.
It's breaking down. It's lasted all day, but now it's breaking down. But obviously
Jeez.
can't cast it because he did have the a tap land for the turn. So now it can, so it kind of presses it. I say pseudo advantage here. But I don't know what he's going to do with a 5/5 comes down to the battlefield. Like
he just tries to go to try around it, right? Like either go wide. But I really like the Furnace Punishers in his list. Really good against Esper. Really good against Grixis.
And he's toying with the idea. He's like, no, what can I play around with removal spells here? Is it worth me doing this, that, and the other? Tom's deep in tank. He's deciding 3 mana. We're gonna
punish some furnaces.
Correct.
Okay, that resolves.
And he's playing this pre-combat so he can get the counter and put it on, making that a 4/4.
Yep.
Does extra damage because I believe it's creatures you control with +1/++ counters on it. Take
yeah,
them?
with modified creatures. Yeah, it counts them even if they're not attacking.
And then we're going to strangle this, get it off the battlefield. It's going to go to the graveyard.
It's good play from Tom. Now he really, Furnace Punish deals 2 more, and it's a 4/4 menacing. It lines up really well with life total as well. So just him doing a really good job there.
Tom managing to take that down. Yeah, it's too much. Like being able to do that much damage early on, have the answer to the threats, and almost being on the play there. We saw the advantage of it, being able to get off around the battlefield, get things off the battlefield on the other side, so I can keep getting my chip damage in, and then eventually finish it off. Putting our opponent in a bad place where a 5/5. As good as it is, it's not good enough on that battlefield because it will just either trade or die. Because menace creatures, who would have thought they're pretty good, even when you want to be the aggro deck and turn things sideways.
When I was talking to some people, and some of them were locked in their decks pretty early. Like they knew what they wanted to play. Maybe there's like small adjustments were needed. But I told them, well, at that point you should start practicing the die roll. It seems to be one of the most important factors. And I talked to a bunch of people. Some of them are went 0-4 in die rolls, and they were 0-4 or like 1-3, right? Because in this format, like there's so many haymakers. Like playing first is a big advantage. Not everything. Like you can of course always win. That's the good part about Magic. But yeah, it in this sort of really tempo-heavy environment, being on the play is just so important.
So both players are going to start shuffling up. They don't look like they're going back to the sideboards. Doesn't look like they need to. I don't think much changes in this matchup. We know that Sodak is going to be the aggressor here. He's going to be the one turning things sideways, and Alex is going to have to be the one to try and control that and keep him under wraps.
But that's why I was surprised when Alex actually had the 2 of the AO with the Dawn Sky, because that's exactly the way you can lose a game, where you're not on the board, you have too many expensive cards in your hand, and you either don't interact or you just don't advance your board. Especially on the draw, I would have for sure taken out at least 1 or 2 of those AOs. So looks like Sodak. Oh, it has to change a sleeve.
It happens, what I mean?
Break. Sleeves break.
They do, especially when you shuffle aggressively, after a long day.
Or you have an opponent who shuffles aggressively, right? I remember sometimes like my opponent telling me, please be careful with my cards. Don't shuffle too hard.
Well, when you spend a lot of money on these decks, some people. Are you a single sleever, a double sleever, or a triple sleever?
I'm a single sleever.
I'm a single sleever as well. I always say I'm a player. I'm not a collector.
And the funny thing is, like I stopped playing on like the Pro Tour level or like the high GP level like 2017, 2018, and then I played actually the LMS Copenhagen in August, I think, or early September this last year. And my friend was borrowing the deck, and like he gave me all the cards, and then he's like, "Okay, so here's your sleeves, and here's your perfect sizes." So, and I wasn't able to double sleeve the deck. I didn't know the technique.
We told me to say you got quite big hands. I've got big
True.
hands. I can't, I'm like messing around and fumbling with it all, and
And you know what they say about people with big hands? Like you can
big gloves.
Yes, and
Can
like
hold a lot.
and you can hold a lot of cards in your hand. You should play.
That's something I don't understand what the problem with what you're in was. I was fine picking up 80 cards and shuffling it. I don't know why everyone had such a problem. with it.
80's okay. 80's okay. Yeah.
It was so bad that I could probably shuffle an EDH stack if I ended up picking up an EDH stack at any point, but I don't really play that format too much.
Fair.
I did used to own a fully foiled sliver EDH stack.
Okay.
Never played it, then sold it.
I mean,
Spent literally like a year building it as well.
you probably got earned some money on the way, right? If you had it for like a year, like
yeah, I got it just as like the new slivers kind of came out, and like, so yeah, I got a good value on that. Got a good value on it, but I think to me that is a lie. I actually own 4 EDH stacks. I own all the 40k ones. They got printed.
Yeah,
Still
those are
sealed
nice.
in a box, thrown in the corner somewhere. I'd never look. I'll find them in like 10 years' time and be like,
Yeah, there's some nice cards in there.
Yeah, well, I like 40k. I like that sort of thing. They're good fandom in 40k.
I like Magic.
Yeah, like Magic.
I like Magic.
I like 40k. I'm a Custodies player. If anyone in chat that plays Warhammer, they're gonna know what that means.
Last night I was traveling with someone from my country, 17, and I realized I won the Slovak national championship before he was born.
Oh,
And
you are.
he's playing this weekend.
We're going to see the same start here for Tom as he comes down. Saga's going to tick up, do 1 pointed damage. Are we going to see a turn 2 Thalia? Yes, we are. Every game we are seeing this turn 2.
But all right, but I think we have Ronom, which lines up much better as a 3/3 against the Thalia.
And I think we're casting it. Yep, straight in, 3/3. Get in, turn it sideways, dropping down to 16 as we untap. We've got our third land drop.
So Felden, Ronom Excavator.
We're curving off. We're curving off.
Everyone has their curve.
Thalia ditching the Thalia.
Yeah. Let's see what Tom has here.
Okay, who's going to win this race? Who wins it? Pretty sure that Saga's going to flip, but Tom's all over it.
I'll turn to Feldon as a 3/3. So good. Let's see. I saw his triangle, so at least the Thalia can get off the board.
Tom's got land though, so he's not missing his land drops. He is missing red sources.
No, he does have a red.
Does he?
He does have a red and another foundry, I think. Oh no, you're right.
No,
I was pretty sure he did, but
he's gonna start getting Like, how do you even navigate this turn then from that? Because you're basically limited to one spell. We cast in one of our like a free drop or two.
Attack with both creatures first.
I suppose the block's free. The probably just gonna stop the 2, take the 3.
So you attack first. Yeah. Okay.
So we could go land, strangle, finish that off, pay the extra 1,
exactly,
or extra 2 technically because there's ward on the back on it as well.
Yeah. So he can strangle the Thalia, can strangle the Rafine, and this is the main decision that will win or lose the game.
Which one do you like? Yeah, it's the Rafine. I kind of think I like the Rafine there. It's kind of a bigger blocker.
Yeah.
I've got other spells that can deal with this Thalia later on if I need to.
Another.
Not that it matters. Look, I drew another one, but this one looks a little bit better.
You still want to attack though.
Still turning it sideways. Love it.
Interesting. The Thalia is a really good blocker now as well.
I think that's scrub off the battlefield. Yeah, and also on Tom's side, like his window to get this off the battlefield is slowly shutting down. You know what I mean? This one might be the last turn he has to get that Thalia off the battlefield.
If he has a land, I'm pretty sure he has Rebel Salvo in his hand, so that's the removal spell, but it costs 3, and he only has those lands.
We're looking for some mana. Hits it. That was a mountain off the top.
There's one of the new cards printed being very popular here because it can kill Shieldred.
It's a pretty important card to kill if you play mono red.
Indeed.
5 toughness is huge. How's Tom going to go about this?
I think he might have 2 Rebel Salvos actually in his hand.
I think you're right. I think it's 2 Rebel Salvos and a replacement, the legendary one, the 2/2.
Feldon.
Feldon, thank you.
Yeah, I called him Ronom. I feel so silly now.
You should be ashamed of
I
yourself.
am. I am.
Get out of the booth, you. Come on.
Because I remember playing with a card called Mouth of Rono, which came out in Cold Snap like 2007 or 6 or something like that. And it's a card. It can't be a mouth of a human, right? Like,
That is a long time ago. I'm not going to tell you, but that's when I joined the military. So I know it's been a long time since then.
Yeah.
Now it
I'm
comes into
old.
play.
Basically, the whole point of this round, I'm
It's
saying I'm old.
It's just let the chat know that we're pretty boomery.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, just the boomers. You told us you played Jund. You told us you played back in the air.
I'm
You know what I mean?
I'm a mega boomer.
You are a boomer Jund player, and I love to see it. I love to see it. Don't change.
Yeah.
Tom's turning up in sideways.
I like it. I like it that there's a decision to be made. Either you deal 3 or you get to reveal an extra card. Okay, just pass.
Just
Interesting.
takes it. Okay, so is that going to drop Alex down to 5? So it looks like it's going to try and make 2 1-1s end of turn here.
There might have been some blocks there as well.
We'll see. Like, if left titles don't move, then yeah, I'm going to take it that Alex is at 10.
Or maybe just I think Alex to block the etching, and then the Felden just came in for 3. We'll see. Now what he can do, like Tom with the Rebel Salvo in his hands, like if Alex attacks with his creatures, he can Rebel Salvo whichever one is being targeted by the trigger from Rafine. Okay. Oh, before attacks. Okay. Rebel Salvo.
Take this down.
Could be. I'm not saying risky, but there's a Plaza of Heroes as well, right? So that's a very easy way to. Okay. Yeah, he
that's
does. He
what we're
goes
gonna
for that
see.
sort of line. Interesting. And a swing. We're racing.
This is a race. That's risky, right? So we've got 5 damage on the other side of the battlefield. If we manage to play the Hasty Dragon, how's that change? 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Raichu.
Yeah, Raichu would
That
do
would be
2
lethal.
damage. Yeah,
Raichu would be lethal. It's very, very dangerous
5,
here.
6, 7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raichu
I'm
would
trying
be
to think
lethal
of
just because of the 2 damage from the trigger, and then 9 points worth. Just a strangle.
There's this strangle. Is there any combination with the lands doing extra damage here that we could think of?
I mean,
He
can attack for 7.
This is close though. This is really, really
Super
close.
Yeah.
I was expecting one deck to try and be the control, one to be the aggro. They're like, no. we're racing. We're off to the races here. Tom does have access to another land drop if he wants. He does have a red source. Or he's got access to 2 1-1s if he chooses to go that route. It looks like he's got 2 removal spells. One of them is definitely Strangle.
It's really difficult for Tom here because he can kill the Thalia. He has the other Rebel Salvo, and that's going to severely limit Alex's clock. Even though he has a 3/6 3/6 Rafine.
I kind of like the idea. I play my land. I strangle the Thalia.
No, you can't. You can.
Yeah, we
You still
strangle the
can.
Thalia.
Yep.
We animate one of the creature lands here. We get in
That's
there
not
for
enough
7
mana.
points of damage.
It costs 2 to activate. So he would.
Yeah,
he has
play-
land.
Yeah, he plays
Okay.
the land.
Okay.
Strangle.
Yeah, and now he can. Yeah, I like that plan.
I don't think that. Is there any way we can lose on the backswing? 'Cause he's got a removal spell for Shield Dread comes down.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, I like this plan. So swing for 7.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I didn't like Alex's attacks there too much. I know he was trying to win that race, but it always felt like. I mean, I guess you're not winning if you're just staying at home, especially against like the removal spells that you know that Tom has brought in.
Yep, Strangles comes down.
Yeah, it
here.
gets
Gets
exiled. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, so Alex down to 3.
And now
Yep.
Tom's got a haste. He's got a kill spell, his best kill spell, and he has a backup haste creature if he needs it.
Okay, he couldn't play the cut down because Thalia was in play, so that was kind of limiting his own kind of spell there. But now the board's cleared a little bit, but a bunch of Mishra's
No,
Foundries.
that's it.
And
Tom
Tom
manages to take it down
Wow.
and lock himself in to day 2. I'm not sure if I wanted to try and race mono red there, but we did. He was on the plate and it benefited him greatly. So congratulations to Tom. Alex gets another shot in the next round though. You know what I mean? It's not all doom and gloom for him. He is going to be 5-3.
Yeah.
The next round will be a winning in. Potentially, maybe we get back on camera.
Mhm.
We'll see how that goes down. So I think we've got a backup feature match. So yeah, we're going to head across to that now. And as we
Ooh.
did say, we do have an absolute colossus backup feature match for us here.
Donker of a matchup.
Donker. Some people will moan at us why this isn't the main one. We'll see if we can get the
camera.
the camera a little focused for us though.
Yeah.
The camera seems like it's been knocked here, but we can make out kind of what's going on here.
Yeah.
We've
like-
got Gap and Seath on Esper Legends here on the right hand side of your screen, And then we got Matej Rizzi on the left-hand side on a Grixis mid-range.
Yeah, I mean, we can still make other cards, so
Yeah, look, we'll guide you through it, chat. Don't worry.
Yeah,
We've got you. We'll hold your hand through this until we've sent someone out there running out there trying to
they're
fix the
already
cameras.
they're already running to fix it.
Exactly. I gave them the look, chat. I gave them the look, and they went running. Like, oh no, something wrong. Will's going out again.
Earthquakes.
There we go. And we're back focused
Much
again.
better. Wonderful.
Ideal.
All right, so we have so Gab received huge life advantage, board advantage. Matej Rizzi fighting for his life, but we might need a backup match soon if Gabriel and Steve is indeed one game up.
Like, we picked Gab on the back table purposely because we knew this game would take long.
Yeah,
But if Gab's going to throw a curveball in the mix, we are going to see if we can move another table across first of all. If this is your first time watching the LEC European Tour coverage, welcome. But we do things slightly different here. So what will happen is now our table 1 is finished. We're going to run out into the crowd. We're going to find any other table that is in the middle of sideboarding, preferably the top tables, obviously. And we're going to move them across to our feature match table. So if this one does end really abruptly, with, say, Gab winning and taking it down 2-0, we'll be able to go back to more paper coverage for you. And we go back and forth doing that until there's no more, everyone's in game 3 or there's just no more time left of the round. And then you got to deal with me and Matej. As I said that, Gab looks like he takes it down. Looks like Matej got stuck on his land there, I think.
Yeah, Matej was trying hard. He's a great player. So much experience from like the World Magic Cup, representing Italy. I think he won a GP as well. He's a great player. But when you get the draw with 2 Shieldreds, 2 Invokes, and you're only on 4 lands, it's especially against a tempo-heavy draw from the side of Gab there. Yeah, it's rough. It can be rough.
Because both those matchups finished kind of around the same time, we're still out trying to run around and get some players in. So I think we will be able to get more feature matches. We're just going to work on that. But until that time, welcome back. My name is Will Hall. This is Matej's Big Z Zatlkaj. And we were taking you through round 8. All weekend, we've got paper coverage. If you haven't seen this, the way it works is we've got 9 rounds today, another 6 rounds tomorrow, and then we cut to the top 8. Fingers crossed in that top 8, I will be asking the players in those semis, the ones playing for the world slots, if they would play the semis individually, so we get full coverage of both games. If they got to catch flights or something along those lines, I fully understand them if they say no.
We'll figure it out.
It hasn't happened to date. Most people tend to like to be on a feature match, especially, they get to watch it back, tweet their friends, do what they need to do and get everyone on it.
One more reason, I think most people are going to go home on Monday just because, getting to spend an extra time in Naples, and celebrate your
Have
win.
A bit more pizza.
Yeah.
If my friend won one of these or came top 2 to went well, pizzas on them.
Yeah,
it
should be.
We always have that. If anyone wins a tournament, they have to pay for whoever they travel with food. So it's a weird little thing that we do. Don't ask. But it is what it is. But what are people playing for this weekend? So what they're playing for is to first get into day 2. I mean, we're coming to the end of day 1, so we're seeing sort of the 18 pointers plus trying to fight to get their way into the winning into happening. Tomorrow when they get invited back, they've cashed, right? I think it's min cash $300. Ideal. There is $100,000 worth of prizes, cash prizes on the line for our day 2 players, going from 16,000 all the way down to 300. So good break. But that's probably not on the players' mind straight away. The first thing they want to do is get in that top 36, secure a PT invite. We just had PT Philly, absolutely awesome atmosphere, players, the whole experience was great. They want to try and get themselves a lock in for that. Once that's done, then we're going to start trying to play for more money. Then we're going to start trying to get to the top 8. And then once we get in that top 8, they're going to be battling out for seeds 1 and 2. Whoever comes first and second in this tournament will secure themselves an invite to Worlds in Las Vegas. The biggest paper Magic tournament you can play in, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be sending 2 people there this weekend. Looks like we managed to get ourselves some more players. We moved them across. And they're obviously during the middle of sideboarding, so they do have access to each other's deck list. They'll get 3 minutes to review this. It looks like it's a game 3. Esper Catrola versus Grixis mid-range.
Yeah, I think I already pushed Florian Trotter to be on the feature match before. He's on Esper Control, and I love his list. He's playing stuff like 4 Memory Deluge, 2 Silver Scrutiny. He has 3 Planeswalkers as kind of win conditions, and just good old traditional control. He can even just win only without playing a single kind of threat. He has no creatures. He has 2 Mirax among his lands as well, so that can be a win condition.
We've seen that pop up quite a lot actually. Last round, I think they had like a control deck that had.
Yeah. There's also like there's Esper control in Florence, Charter's hands. There's also a Jeskai control deck that's
Yeah, I
like
think
really high up on the table. So like these two control decks doing pretty well, and it can work if you manage to dodge maybe some of the Esper
Well,
legends.
it is working clearly. You know what I mean? Being
Yeah.
5-1 going into this one, this again is another winning in for both these players.
Yeah. Both have a draw, so 5-1 and 1. So
Yeah, it happens. I always count my draws as a loss at the minute until like they become relevant.
yeah, definitely. But it's you can definitely catch draws in this sort of format. Like Grixis mid range is one of the kind of more typical decks that can really run long. Mono white is a deck that also goes fairly long with complicated board states. So let's see what the players kind of figure out here.
Are we gonna see a lot of land go here?
Yeah, possibly. I think Andre Santos is going to be the one who's going to be a bit more proactive. The Bankbuster resolving is very good for him. Oh, there's Mirex and there's Union of the Third Path. So
that is a good spot.
You draw a card and then you gain a life for every card in your hand.
So that would be what, 6 life we gain there? Yeah, 6 life.
Draw a card and then you gain life equal to number of cards in your hand. So yeah, just a nice bit of life pad here.
Not too relevant. Tap land, pass, leaving up. We can draw a card end of turn if we need to. Potentially, we might have some sort of counter magic.
No white mana though, just yet. Like he got it from the Mirex for 1 turn. Silver Scrutiny in response to the Bankbuster activation. So that's draw 2. If X is less than 3, you can play it as with flash.
Not one we've seen much of here in the feature match area, but also this deck fully foiled by the looks of it. We'll see if we can get that up on the screen, because like I say, it's not a usual one that we normally see.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so I like this. It's like for 5 mana, it's a Jace's Ingenuity, which is a 5 mana draw 3. But this one it gives you a bit more flexibility. In the super late game, you can just play it on your main phase for 5, 6, 7, and just completely take over a game.
It's not a Sphinx's Revelation. Come on.
It's not a Sphinx. I played my fair bit of Sphinx's Revelation. This is the best we can get. I used to play Mind Spring, which is this without the flash claws.
Okay, cool. Boomer. I mean, what?
Yeah, it's a big boomer play.
So if you were coming up this weekend, what deck would you be playing?
I like Grixis. I think Grixis is probably the best deck in the metagame.
Okay, I know what this one is. This is the promo Memory Deluge.
Yeah, it is Memory Deluge. Yeah, he's gonna take some white sources into his hand. I'm guessing.
If he's got the option, I'm not sure he's got the option for white sources here, is he?
There's a Rafine's Tower, I think, among those. I think he already put one card in his hand.
Yeah, one was slammed. Like, yep, this one's definite, and then I think a good look at that one. But I'm sure we'll see what that is going to be shortly.
Yeah, his deck is way too shiny.
It's
kind of like he built the deck once, folded it out, and it's kind of like I'm not switching. I'm gonna keep playing Esper.
Do you get magpies in this game? It is what it is. It's what they're into.
Yep.
Chat, I do want to hear from you though. If you were going to qualify for this weekend and you were going to come and play, what deck would you want to bring? What is your go-to? Obviously, we've seen 8 rounds now.
Yeah.
So there's quite a lot.
You would say Celestia, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be slamming tokens. Toxic, sorry. Well, it's kind of like a token deck anyway, to be fair. I've seen a lot of it coming up. Yeah, I'll be slamming that deck. I can't not. You know what I mean? I am an infect player at heart, and I just have to. If it's a playable deck that's infect, I'll do it. Plus, because I can't play it really in modern anymore, I'm gonna have to get my dues into standard. As we see a Fable come down.
Oh, already the blood token looks not that nice for Andre Santos, and now he plays her 2/2 rebel instead of a goblin shaman. He doesn't have a goblin shaman. Looks like we need to get some proper tokens.
I was gonna say, how have we not got a blood token in the feature match area?
We don't.
We're gonna have to work on this.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to work. Maybe maybe that could be a token made of me. You know what I mean? Maybe have me as a vampire with a pint of blood or something. I don't know. I'm going dark here. I'm going rogue.
So many cards for Andre still. Like now that he gets to put the Fable to Chapter 2, yeah, he got the max out of the Bankbuster as well. He has a bunch of cards in his hand, and with Florian was struggling a little bit on white sources.
And we're struggling on white sources. We can't really cast a kind of sweeper effects here.
He does. He plays 3 Farewell main and 3 Depopulate. Those are much more difficult to resolve after Cyber against Grixis, because the Grixis deck usually bring negates, disdainful strongs and whatnot. I already see 1 Spell Pierce in the main deck. There's Duress, 1 negate in the sideboard.
So that's
2 strokes.
That's going to get him to sack a non-token creature. I believe that's the Edict effect, right?
Yeah, the Bankbuster. Yeah, exactly. Shieldred's Edict. Really nice. I love that card. It's so.
Oh, it's very
It's
good.
such a sweet card that I've always liked like Diabolic Edict, Boomer, right? So this is much improved and can nab Planeswalkers. Just a great way.
Another land for turn here. 4 mana. It's going to be a Shieldred coming down.
Interesting.
Trying to tap our mana slightly better. Shieldred comes down. Is it going to resolve?
No, it's gonna get countered by the Urtai Scorn. So it's a 3 mana counter spell. That's a bit cheaper if a bunch of spells were played. He's actually running quite a few of those.
So we did have the option to counter that if we wanted to, with the make disappear that I think's in hand.
It looks that way, but it wants resolving Bankbuster.
Do you think Bankbusters are more
Yeah.
more important in this
Yeah,
matchup then?
for sure. Like just the continual card advantage is important. Shieldred's not that great.
I was about to say I don't feel like Shieldred great in this matchup.
Ooh, okay, Edgar Charmed Groom. Okay, this card was pretty
Let's
hyped.
get that one up.
Yeah, pretty hyped before it came down. It came out. In Crimson WoW. So it's basically in this matchup what it's kind of that. It's a 4 mana 4/4, and when it dies, you kind of transform it. And you transform it in like an artifact, which is Edgar Marker's Coffin. And there you get a 1/1 white and black vampire creature token. So it's kind of you have to kill it twice in a sense. So you have to kill the creature, then you have to get rid of the artifact. Can be pretty difficult sometimes, especially when the braids go out. So it blocks pretty well. Blocks Bankbuster, Appraiser, Bloodtide Harvester, and all these things. So
I lost to that card a lot in limited.
oh yeah,
A lot. That is
that limited set was known for its rares. So
Okay, we're untapping. What we got here? What options we got? We've got a grip for. We've got options to draw more if we need to. Almost exactly what we want. We're still missing the white sources on the other side of the battlefield.
Okay,
We're going to
Invoke.
see the Invoke come down here. 5 mana, and it's going to be actually. There's no way that this deals with both sides of this card, right? It still does flip, yeah, because it's
still
got
flips.
resolve, yeah.
But Florian takes 2.
More cards get.
Takes 2 twice. And more cards for Andre. This is the the Grixis comfort zone. Like you're drawing cards, you're advancing your board. Oh, it's like you forgot to flip the Fable. Everyone knows it should be flipped.
So, what are we using those dice for at the top there? I'm trying to work out. Is he counting the fables going on, or the
Not
amount
sure.
of spells being cast? It's something interesting. Maybe it will come up and it'll be more apparent to me, or at least chat will let us know. I'm sure.
We'll see. Doesn't seem particularly relevant. Life total's still high on both sides. Big boards. Okay,
We're getting
Bankbuster
there.
attacking. Interesting.
While the shields are send me down, I guess. And we're just going to pass the turn back.
Okay. So there's the 1/1 lifelinking Gabriel Nassif, Pro Tour player card.
Pro Tour top 8er, we can say now currently, until
Yeah.
the next PT. He's up there. That team did extremely well in Pioneer, managed to put 2 players into that top 8, and one of them managed to take it down.
Yeah, but
None
it's
other
Reed Duke.
than Reed Duke himself.
Yeah.
The darling of Magic, some say.
I would say Reed Duke can win with anything.
Can win with anything.
He's a fantastic Magic player. One of the best.
Such a nice guy as well. Like, I've met him once before, but I got to actually, he was in the feature match quite a lot, weirdly, in Philly, so I got to speak to him quite a bit. Really nice guy. He is as nice as he comes across on camera, just for everybody at home. But anyway, how are we going to press disadvantage? How are we going to get one of these players closer to the Pro Tour so they themselves could probably go up to Reed Duke and find out how good he is?
Look, well, you're looking for me to tell you how this will go. I can't tell you. Both players have way too many cards in their hands. The board is already gummed up, so yeah. I think now Andre's probably just trying to go aggro.
Until we get the second white source, I think we've got to be leaning slightly towards the left for Andre.
Yeah, I mean, and Florian's coming down on life a little bit here. Plenty of lands, has 2 white sources. I think Andre is trying to figure out how do I play around Farewell. It's one of my favorite cards.
And we've got one in hand, right? Is that the alternate one we've got in hand? Oh no, it's a Wanderer and Emperor.
You're asking me if I knew the alternate arts.
What?
I play on Arena with card styles turn off.
Oh, okay. So this is an expensive card. The alternate art in foil
Yeah.
is going to come down. It's going to exile that Bankbuster, gain 2 life.
But Florian has good taste. I'll give him that. Like his deck looks really, really nice.
Oh yeah, this is
Like
pimped out.
from a card perspective, also from the foiling art perspective.
Someone that takes pride in their work. You know, what I mean, some
Yeah.
people love foils, others don't. You know, what I mean, especially in the more recent times with the Pringles style of foiling that happens these days.
Yeah.
But you know, if I could foil my whole deck in like 7th edition foils, oh, I'd snap your hand off. I love a 7th with the old tick style, brilliant.
There's the Corpse Praiser. That's
Come
gonna
down.
get Airtight Scorn. Yeah, that's like 3rd spell this turn or something, so it's get cheaper.
Just gonna carry 2 mana up to pay for the make disappear that's
I
still
mean,
in hand.
Can still be casualtied, right? So
Yeah, we could. Any, you know,
keep
are we
another.
valuing that? Maybe that is the spot to fire it off, or are we just gonna wait until potentially something like a farewell comes down?
Okay, another Emperor. Not super good.
This mana base is hurting him.
Okay, he just
Cashing it in, make the blocker.
tried to build up his board a little bit there.
Fine, if we were able to cast the wonder, surely we've got double white somewhere. Am I missing? It's
He does have double white
yeah,
now.
it's
Yeah, yeah. One of the lands in the middle is a Shattered Sanctum, which gives
you.
him white or black, and then he played the Deserted Beach a couple turns.
Do you know,
couple turn back.
it's confusing me with the shock lands. You know, we've got the new ones from the Infinity set.
Yeah.
It looks like one of them, and I'm like, then I realised, oh, no, it's standard. We definitely have that in there.
I'll tell you, a lot of the lands look alike.
They-
Like they printed some of the cards, some of the lands so many times. It's really difficult to try to keep them on theme and be distinct enough. So
Okay, we even got foil tokens. I love it. They bought their own foil tokens to get you made up.
not they. Florian did.
Florian, yeah. But it's literally like it's MTGO all over again. Where if you've got a foil planeswalker, it makes foil tokens.
Yeah. So now the players, I think judges has started to get involved. So I think what it is that Florian, minus the first Emperor that he had, and then he's trying to play the second one immediately to probably exile the reflections of Kiki-Jiki or the Bloodtide Harvester.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Andre's kind of maybe saying like, oh, well, I still want to respond. Like, you didn't give me a chance to respond. You plopped it down and you targeted something. So I think maybe a judge is involved there. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, there are judges down on our feature match table, so this is exactly what they're there for. And it's a good one for people getting into paper magic to say these things. If you do have a question or you're not sure how something works, you can ask a judge. That is exactly what they're there for. So it looks like we're recycling in response to this coming down.
Yeah, so sacking the blood token in response. Like I think Andre was trying to argue that, hey, slow down. I still want to respond to the Emperor by sacking my blood token. And so that's what he did.
We're going to exile the Kiki-Jiki here, gaining a little bit more life. Still got a 4-lander.
Yeah,
we'll pass it
Edgar's
back.
going to come back next turn. Charm Groom is going to wake up from his slumber.
I like that. Like how you put that. It's like that has nice flavour to it.
Yeah,
isn't
no,
it?
the
It's like,
flavor is great. Like the Crimson Vow had really nice flavor. Like
It
with
might
the whole
not.
wedding theme.
We just drew an invoke.
Oh, okay.
That might be able to clear this battlefield up a little bit. It'll get 3 of the opponents off, one of them being the Planeswalker, one being the enchantment, and then one of these token creatures.
But
that we've got.
the coffin, Edgar's coffin is an artifact. It's a legendary artifact.
Oh, is it? I thought it was an
Yeah.
enchantment.
No, it's an artifact. Yeah.
Oh,
You need like an
it's
abrade.
sticking around.
That's why they're playing it. But Invoke's still good here. But
Oh, we're gonna.
Deluge, Memory Deluge in response. I'm getting good at these alternate art
You
cards.
are, like,
Slowly
I'm
but surely.
so proud of you right now.
Thank you. I still now want to find out which. Oh, it's from Store Championships.
Yeah, it's the store championships that we
I
had.
didn't know that
last
was
week.
a thing.
Yeah,
so-
last week. It's kind of like the old Games Day.
Okay.
It's like Games Day promos,
cool.
basically. But, and it only happened last week.
Yeah. So now Invoke resolves.
So we're going to sack 2 things here. They're going to take 2 points damage. They're going to get to draw 1 more card. So why are we deluging in response?
Because Andre might draw a counterspell from the Invoke,
But we're tapped out.
but Andre isn't. Right?
No, Andre, yeah, but so what we did is we cast the invoke and in response.
response
Oh,
to
I got
Deluge's
you. You
play.
might draw the counter spell off the
Off the
card.
Invoke. Exactly.
Got you,
yeah.
got you. And looks like we're getting in.
I'm gonna trust what Florian's doing because as per control, it really isn't on anyone's radar. The fact that he's 5-1-1 is a really good showing.
And he turned up a bit fully foiled as well. Like
Yeah.
he was like, "No, I'm confident in this."
Yeah,
I
he's
spent
like-
money on it.
I'm pretty sure I know there's no Guillaume Wafutapa in this tournament. He for sure would bring some sort of control deck.
He might be streaming this deck next week if he does well, though. He might be, oh, let's pick this one up and see how
Oh, yeah,
it goes.
controls back in standard. Okay, 4 mana now. Shieldred
Shieldred.
taps out. No, like kind of taps out. There's still 3 treasure tokens in place. So there's the Edgar, Charm Groom. He's back.
Back out of his coffin, like you
Okay,
said.
upkeep Void Rend.
Does this destroy or exile?
It's destroyed.
Just destroy, okay.
Draws card for his turn, which I think was a Rafine's Tower.
Is that white card the sweeper? Or am I just...
It's a union of the third pass still.
Oh,
it's the
okay.
one where you draw a card
Yep.
and you gain a bunch of life back. But even so hamstrung on the white, right, that
It's not been worth, like, cycling it, basically, so
Yeah.
far.
still is, I think, another memory deluge. Okay. He's just going sorcery speed.
A blue. So, there's only 1 mana left up. Are we now firing off this Make Disappear?
He's like Andre has been sandbagging that for so long, but you always find like spots for it here, just because like the deck stepping out has a bunch of expensive spells. It doesn't know, lets it resolve. Probably wants to keep it for like a flashback memory deluge or like one of those farewells, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's like talking about how do I lose this game, right? Like how do I come back? But then the battlefield's been chipped away at. These threats are slowly being dealt with. At the minute, we've just got a 1/1 and a 2/2 on the battlefield. Looking at a 4/4 is not ideal.
I'm going to be honest here. I tried to figure out what Florian was going to pick from the memory deluge. I knew 0 of the cards. that you
All
showed them.
foil, alternate art. Like, you
I'm sorry.
can't bend it.
I already have friends messaging me. It's like, hey, your casting is really good, except for when when anyone plays an alternative art card, you're really lost. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
It's fine. Like, you've got to have some weakness. You can't
Yeah,
be
true.
absolutely perfect.
That's
You know what I
my
mean?
weakness.
So that looks like we've got Disdainful Stroke now drawn in hand for Andre. Looks like a couple of Fables as well going along with it. We're asking how big that Nassif token is.
Yeah, he just now I think Andrew Santos asking about the
1/1 lifelink,
well,
right?
yeah, you get one as well when Edgar kind of is coming back already, because it's 2 separate things. Like you make a 1/1 black and white vampire, and you also put a bloodline counter on the coffin. And if there are 3 or more bloodline counters, you transform it. So and then it's now 2/2 because of the Edgar is pumping vampires, other vampires.
So we're gonna get a creature back from our graveyard. What are we looking at? Okay, the Serpent's a pretty good one.
That's great.
It's a real good. Is this like a mirror breaker card almost?
Yes, that's why they play the Blade Claw Serpent's really nice in the mirror match. Because you usually get to a point where everyone has like just a couple of cards in their hand, but I think
We chose the Shield Jet so we can cast that this turn, I guess?
yeah, yes, because next turn he's gonna go for like a really big Blade Claw Serpent with like using 4 blue, 6 black, like just try to go all out.
So he's setting up for turn. He's got the line. He's seeing it. Now he's just got to try and execute it. But on the other side, Florence is going to have to try and maybe he doesn't see it and is not going to going to play straight into it. But getting this at this level at 5/1/1 for our winning into day 2.
Ooh,
That is
Kaya. I think it's a 7 mana the Kaya Intangible Slayer. Let me pull it up.
So that is going to hit me. The same for Stroke. That's going to meet. I think that's
Negate, and that's going to make him disappear. Counter spell war. Oh my! I can't even pull up the cards that were just played, but it was a good old fashioned counter war.
The old one. That make this play. He's sat on it for ages. He's had
Yeah.
multiple opportunities to fire it off and keep the advantage of certain cards, and he chose against it and made it for that turn there. He was keeping it for the big sweeper, which came down, which did not resolve, and that is key, and that might play out perfectly in this matchup as we see the Fable come down here, create another token.
Yeah, I just wanted, for those of you just joined, those are not Rebel tokens in play. Those are Goblin Shamans. I don't know why we haven't already.
Because players kept stealing them. We used to have 8 of them, and we've got 0 now. But we're going to try and get that refreshed, especially when we go back to Prague with Modern, because I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing more Fables cast for the foreseeable future at many locations that we've got stops at.
A bunch of lands there for Florian there. Yeah, Shieldred's gonna start come pecking a little bit there. There's also you can play the Union of the third path there.
3 mana, draw a card, lose 2 life, gain 4 life.
Yeah, it's something.
We're digging, and that's kind of what you want to see on the other side of the battlefield, like your opponent trying to dig for answers in their main phase while you've got Shield Dreads on the battlefield.
Yeah, I love Florian. He wrote it down. He wrote 10. Like, I go to 10, and then Andrew was like, and you take 2 from the children. And he's like, okay, yeah, but he wrote down the 10. You know, he didn't go to 8 immediately. He wasn't trying to shortcut. He wants Andre to really point out the triggers of the children.
We're gonna have I think that's Field of Ruin, or the equivalent of what the new
Yeah,
one
it is the fielder rune.
Not too relevant here.
Yeah, but I think the Blade Called Serpent can come and do some damage if it's still in hand.
I don't know if we returned it from the graveyard,
No.
but I think we returned the Shield Dread instead.
Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah, you're right. There's no Serpent in hand. But the Shield Dread's doing really good work now.
It is now.
I think
Gaining, gaining, dropping down. You know, we might be.
Kaya?
Yeah, I think it is. I think we ripped it again, but this time full grip of cards plus all the mana that's open. Are we going to have this war? But that is just a make disappear, right? That's not a stroke.
I think so.
So we're going to have the mana to pay for it if it does so. But, you know, on the other side, Florence has got to say, look, they're not doing anything. What could they possibly have in their hand? Odds are it could be some sort of counter magic. Do we play into it? Am I in position where I've got no other choice than to just slam and hope?
Yeah, there's, you know, make disappear can also be used with casualty. I think he also has a silver scrutiny, if I'm not mistaken.
We're going to see. He's looking. He's like, right,
yeah, big turn now here because if
2 strokes. So it is open deck list. How many disable strokes do we have in the 75?
2 in a sideboard, I
So
think.
there's 2 in the sideboard. He's seen both of them, so he knows they definitely are not in hand. Any negates?
1 negate in the sideboard.
So that's what we're playing around right now. Has that negate been cast?
Yeah.
If it hasn't, okay, what's the odds that he has it in his hand? How are my spells going to resolve? Can I counter that? I love this about Magic.
Yeah,
We know we're here. We're in God mode. You know, we can kind of have a good look at both players here, and we can say what we need to. But the players down there,
all
loads of stuff
coming
going
down to
through.
this, and like I think he should play the land before. Like he's thinking about playing Union first, but now he's playing. I think it's Kaya if he taps 7.
Yeah.
Okay, 1,
4, 5, 6, 7. It is.
so it's
Kaya.
a Kaya, the alternate card Kaya, but make disappear with casualty, pay 4, and Florian did not play the land, I don't think,
Oh,
from his hand
no.
because he was trying to keep it in hand for the union of the
Oh,
third path,
no.
and he gets doubly punished here. He should have played the land. He would have been able to resolve the Kaya, exile the Sheoldred, and get a kind of like a spirit with Sheoldred's text
That
on his
is-
side of the board.
That could sway this game. This could sway it. That was huge, the fact they decided not to play the land. Obviously, had their reasons, decided not to play around it. Kaya does not resolve the big 7 mana powerful planeswalker.
Oh,
as
and
he
he
did
plays
that
the
road.
land for the
Oh,
extra
I wouldn't have done
punish.
it. I wouldn't have played it. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
played it.
The shame play.
I would have, you know, cut my nose off to spite my face now. But no, I'm not. Oh, you got me. Oh no, I didn't have the mana to play it.
You know, it's kind of like when you know when you get Godbud, like a 4 spike days
Yeah.
effect, right? And then you play land after.
It's okay, but the game still is carrying on. Looks like we're going to play the. Is that Fable at the front? Pulled
Yeah, it
down?
looks like there's
Or-
a Praiser as well.
So you got a rate. Yeah, I like Praiser here. You know, I mean, we can exile something potentially like a Deluge. I think is on the other side of the battlefield. I would.
We'll see.
I would definitely be picking my opponent's graveyard up though.
Yeah, but Florian doesn't really play any creatures. Like, there's
Okay.
no creatures in his decks, except
Oh.
now from the sideboard the Edgar. So and that's still on the battlefield.
I think there was 2 land plus 1 spell, so we slam the spell, which might be another one.
Yeah, it's another Praiser. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're in extra turns. All right, so extra turn 1. Remember,
Okay.
the players have a time limit in
Mhm.
the tournament. There's you know everyone gets the same 50 minutes, and if you don't finish your match by that time, you get 5 extra turns at the end, and then you know it might be a draw. I'm pretty sure the players don't want to draw.
Definitely not why you've already got one, and when you're literally playing for day 2.
Yeah, but Florian's down to 6. There's a Sheoldred.
Let's hit his top 3.
Duress. Okay.
Takes the duress. 2 go to the graveyard.
Remember, Florian can't really draw cards because of the Sheoldred in play.
So duress. Look at. Let me show you. See your hand. What do you have? Is this coast clear for like an almost? If we got an alpha attack here, can we swing with everything? Jeez, this is getting close. It's getting tight.
He has a bit of time. Andre Santos has 3 attacks total. And I think Andre actually top 8 at the last regional championship in Sofia with Rakdos Sack.
He's deciding, like, do you want to leave your opponent with the card that draws them more cards, which is good for you but bad for you? Or do you want to give him the one that draws less cards, which is good for you but bad for you? Here we are definitely in the catch-22. We're deciding. Which one do you think you would pick?
I would pick a Union of the Third Path because it can gain a little bit of life back.
And as we're in turns, that also is now playing its part in it. Normally we use our life total as a resource.
Yep.
In this, it's now going to become irrelevant as we've got 2 more turns left to win the game, each.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Florian can win the game. Let me put it this way.
Yeah,
I don't think he can win. He can only draw. But Andre can win. Okay, so he's going to fail the ruin.
Fin the deck. Is that what we're doing here?
More also try to get rid of, you know, like possibly 2 mana. You know, like a potential counterspell. He's going to float some mana.
Let's see, what are we playing mana for here?
They're counting. I think he's the Razor Lash Transmogran in his graveyard, so he can bring that back.
This is the library he's got in his hand now, right? Or is it? Oh,
No,
maybe this is a
this is
graveyard. You're
graveyard.
right. So yeah, he's going to return this back from this. So even more pressure on the battlefield.
Yep. So he takes 2 from the Underground Rivers that he used to tap for it.
What's the big card we need to draw here?
Farewell.
Shields are down.
Farewell.
Farewell off the top.
Just farewell.
Okay.
And even then, it won't win him the game.
He won't win the game, but he will not lose the game.
Yes.
Okay. Which, you know, potentially if both players draw here and they draw the last round, they will be able to get that 18 points.
True, but I think they would struggle to find, you know, people to draw with. Because there's not.
Well, as in not as in a non-intentional draw. Right, we're tapping the top of the deck. Big top deck. It's a land. We're going down to 4.
Okay, he can still swing also with the token. It has lifelink, so he can gain a little bit of life back, and then he can try to draw a couple cards with a Silver Scrutiny.
I think you're right. I think that's the line.
Yeah.
He's setting the mana aside here, working out right. So I'm gonna do. That's my farewell mana done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So here's my farewell mana. This is this is what I can draw.
Looking in his graveyard.
Oh, so many 3 Memory Deluge.
Yeah, we can't.
Oh, he can also he can doesn't have to take damage. He can like try to flashback the Deluge, but that's
We don't have enough mana to cast the farewell then,
he
mate.
could, maybe if he has Depopulate still in his deck. I don't know if he boarded out or not. It looks like
Looks like we're going that way.
so tap 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards.
Do we find it? That's a disdainful stroke in foil. Is that card to the front? These are the white card
I don't
in
know.
there.
I don't know these arts.
It's all on that white card, I think.
Yeah.
Chat will tell us, Judge. Anyone find it?
I think it's a farewell. I saw Planeswalker Championship promo. It looks like it could be farewell.
We're gonna see. He's not slamming it.
Okay, Shieldred
Edict.
Edict.
Is it Edict Farewell?
I think it's a Genjo.
Yeah, I think that isn't a Ganja. That's not what we want to be seeing. I
No.
don't know if is that enough? So we take out 1 Shieldred. I don't know if this is enough, you know? Especially with an active Kiki Jiki effect on the other side of the battlefield as well. No, okay. We still got a land drop for the turn, right?
Yeah, looks that way.
It's coming down. 5 mana, passing the turn back.
Okay.
Turn 3. Can Andrea get this done? He's got 2 turns to do it on. He's going to draw for the turn.
Okay. He also has an active Reflections of Kiki Jiki.
He's acting everything going on over here.
Yeah, so he's gonna
Kiki.
get another
Target one of
Appraiser.
these.
Exile.
We've got creatures to
Serpent.
exile. Yep, creatures to exile. Let's look at the top 3. We're looking for what? Removal spells here?
Yeah, killing the Edgar or maybe even the lifelinking.
Land, Duress, or
Negate.
Negate, Duress,
good backup.
land. Do you like taking the negate there or the?
I like Negate.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Negate here. And he's there. There's a swing with everything.
Big
Oh,
old attack,
okay.
and it is just too much.
Yeah,
for
look
it
at
to
Andre.
deal
He's
with.
like, oh my lord. On turn 3 of extra turns.
That
Went to the
is-
distance. I think Florian's my new favorite player to get on the coverage, like backup table in a way, right? It's probably
You
guaranteed.
know that game's going along.
It's gonna
don't
go
you?
along,
And
yeah.
it's in foil, full foil, pimped out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, they still got a winning in though. Next round still win.
True.
Technically, they could draw the next round. Get
Yeah.
to that 18 points. Oh no, no, they can't. No, no, they can't draw that. Ignore everything I just said. They have to win.
Have
It is
to
a
win.
Potentially, they are going to be our feature match in the last one because you know that game's potentially going to go long.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line, and that's what we want to see and bring to you guys. People's suspense. We don't want to give you the undefeated. We know that we're going to see them tomorrow. They're
Yeah.
going to be in our feature matches.
Round
Maybe
one even.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the King of the Hill sort of stuff. That's tomorrow. Right now, we want to see who is making it today too. So if you just tune in, welcome. My name is Will. This is Matej Zatlkaj. We are giving you all the coverage today alongside the ladies that will be back for round 9. We did have 471 players start today. We're whittling that down to potentially 64 players tomorrow, all invited back. And that is when they're going to start playing off the big buy prices. That's when they're going to start cashing. Getting every win is going to probably equal more cash into PT invites, into world invites. And that's what we all want to see, right? The highest level of magic we could possibly get. And for these players, they want to play at the highest possible level. So that's what they're going to go at. I think there's no more. We don't no more backup feature
I
matches.
was pretty sure that was one of the last games of
Have we spoke about the meta game yet, me and you?
we haven't, no.
We haven't. Should we talk about the meta game quickly?
Yeah,
just to
we can do it.
We've got a lot of time left in the round. You know, there's always people getting deck checks that run over for 10 minutes or so. So we're trying to give you the most amount of our faces. We've got to get our screen time as well. You know what I mean? We work hard on these faces. So let's see if we can get the meta game breakup. We're looking at our staff back there. No one's looking at me, so I'm going to throw a pen. Can we get the meta game back up, please? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. This time we've got a quick deck tech with Mr. Laplacian himself. What deck did you bring this weekend?
I brought mono white midrange.
Why did we bring mono white midrange?
First of all, I like white, and second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck in the format?
No, good matchup against Grixis. Grixis is the best in my opinion.
So, what 3 cards do you think are your key cards in this format?
So first of all, Bunkbuster, but as anybody can play, it's like probably not just a part of mono white midrange. So removal, very important. Ossification and lay down arms, awesome removal spells and permanents and so on. And very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring Ossification back, and so on. So even after Invoke Despair, you can get back into the game. So against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one.
Yeah,
for value.
So what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not Mono Blue Tempo with Genes, Counter Magic, and so on. And Atraxa, depending on the exit.
The animated decks, they're probably around 10% as well. So yeah, so Grixis, Jaunt, Rakdos, the bunch of Reanimator in the room as well. They're around 10%. I see.
Oh,
it's coming.
We're getting closer.
It's coming.
We're sorting out that there's some stuff happening back there. It's fine. But the good thing is me and you could talk forever. It's fine. You know what I mean?
True.
We are not shy of things to say as we're going to try and get the metagame breakup across to you all on the screen. So there it is. We got there in the end. We found it. So you were right. 28%. Done. Grixis at the top. Then it was mono white mid range.
Okay.
We haven't really seen too much of that on the camera, especially what we've been covering.
On purpose. The games take really, really long. And it's like the boards get really gummed up, so I try to avoid it on purpose. But mono red kind of surprised me with a really high percentage of the field choosing mono red. Also Esper Legends as well. Azorius Soldiers like not doing too well.
Not doing too well at all, really. This weekend, right?
Toxic either.
And that's kind of like what we spoke about. The meta changing, like people bringing more removal spells this weekend potentially than the cards for the mirrors because they're expecting. Because of the last RC results, that these toxic decks are going to start coming in, so they want to kind of lower their curve, have some of the early interaction, more braids maybe in the main deck because it's got multiple uses in the control matchups versus the busters that we see floating around here. Anything like what's that? Domain control.
Yeah.
Now that's that 5-color one we saw earlier on, wasn't it? Like,
Atraxa, yeah.
I had no idea what was going on in that
don't
one.
worry, I did have you. So but there you see the most of the decks kind of like the were kind of lingering around there, but I think I didn't look quite like what are the best performing decks because I was fairly early when I checked. But Grixis was doing like solidly well, about 50%, and a couple of the biggest innovation for this weekend is Esper Legends. Of course, it was present last week as well in Japan as one of the big breakouts there. But the reason why it was doing here as well because there was the team of 4 players who were playing the version with Wedding Announcements main deck, and they were like I think Arne Huschenbett and Torolf Severin were 6-1 going into this round.
Exactly.
So they were like their win percentage of their team was really,
they're
really high.
making their life a lot easier for tomorrow. They know they're coming back tomorrow. They know they've min cashed, and now they need to try and secure those spots that they can, so tomorrow they can make that last final push to get into that top 8, secure themselves for an opportunity to get to Worlds. But that is going to be the end of this round for me and Matej. That's us for the day, actually. Let's not sign off. You'll see us tomorrow. First round tomorrow. We'll be back. But we're going to sign off to the ladies. They're going to take you through round 9, so don't go anywhere. See you all really shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. This time we've got a quick deck tech with Mr. Laplacian himself. What deck did you bring this weekend?
I brought mono white mid-range.
Why did we bring mono white mid-range?
First of all, I like white. And second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck in the format?
No. Good matchup against Grixis. Grixis is the best, in my opinion.
So what 3 cards do you think are your key cards in this format?
So first of all, Bunkbuster, but as anybody can play, it's like probably not just a part of mono white mid-range. So removal, very important ossification and lay down arms, awesome removal spells and permanents and so on. And very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring ossification back and so on. So even after invoke despair, you can get back into the game. So against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one.
Yeah,
for value.
So what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not Mono Blue Tempo with Genes, Counter Magic and so on. And Atraxa depending on the exact version, because we have lots of Atraxa, like 5-color, 4-color, Naya, Red
Which ones of those do you not want to play? And what color, like the 3-color variants that are more honed in, or the big?
I don't want to play any Atraxa, if I may ask, but besides that, probably the more color the worst, because the better grind they have. The better late game they have, the worse it gets for me.
Sick. Well, on that one, we'll be back shortly with some more action. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. Now we're going to bring you one of the deck techs. My name is Will. I'm joined by... Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined by the one and only Oscar Christensen, Amsterdam winner.
Hi, guys.
What deck did you bring this weekend?
So I brought my home style of Rakdos Atraxa, which I'm really excited to play.
Okay, so that one of the reanimated decks we see floating around at the minute. What makes Rakdos so special to you? Why'd you pick that one?
Well, so the Rakdos color combination just have enough of the good cards available that I decided to stay in 2 colors. And then what I also get in my special version of it is I get to play these splash lands, so I'll have an easier time hardcasting Atraxa, hopefully, throughout the week.
If it gets to that point where you've got 7 mana, okay, cool. So, speaking about that, what are the 3 main cards of your deck that you always want to see every game?
Well, 3 main cards, I mean, obviously, and everybody should know this, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, best card of the weekend.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of that this weekend.
Sure, best card in my deck as well. And then, obviously, the combo of Cruelty of Gigs and Atraxa.
Okay, so that's what you want to see in your opening hand to be able to get that sort of curve going. Sweet. So, with your version, what decks don't you want to be playing against?
So my worst matchups, I think Mono Blue for sure is my definite worst matchup.
You're the second person to say that, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it's funny with Mono Blue in that way, because I think a lot of people don't want to play against it. I'm definitely one of them. Besides that, Esper Aggro, probably. And I'm hoping that the Grixis Mirrors or the Grixis mid-range matchup will play along in my favor.
In your favor.
We'll see.
Sick. Well, thank you very much for coming and doing a really quick deck tech with us.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
it. We'll see you in the next rounds.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. This time we've got a quick deck tech with Mr. Laplacian himself. What deck did you bring this weekend?
I brought mono white mid-range.
Why did we bring mono white mid-range?
First of all, I like white. And second of all, I think that it has a good matchup against, in my opinion, best deck in the format. Grixis.
Best deck
Midrange.
in the format?
No, good
Just-
matchup against Grixis. Grixis
Okay.
is the best in my opinion.
So, what 3 cards do you think are your key cards in this format?
So first of all, Bunkbuster, but as anybody can play, it's like
Yeah.
probably not just a part of mono white midrange. So removal, very important. Ossification and lay down arms, awesome
Sure.
removal spells and permanents and so on. And very good card is a Ganjo restoration. You can bring Bunkbuster back, you can bring Ossification back, and so on. So even after invoke despair, you can get back into the game. So
So-
against Grixis, this is a crucial card.
You're basically going to outgrind them, right? You've got a lot more 2-for-1s than they're going to have.
Yeah, and
Sick.
Serra Paragon, maybe. If you treat removal as one, then Serra Paragon is also a crucial one
Yeah, I
for
like that.
value.
So, what decks do you not want to be playing against this weekend?
Definitely not mono blue tempo with Genes, counter magic, and so on. And Atraxa depending on the exact version, because we have lots of Atraxa like 5-color, 4-color, Naya, red.
Well, which
bag,
ones of those do you not want to play? What color? Like the 3-color variants that are more
I don't wanna-
honed in, or the big?
I don't want to play any Atraxa, if I may ask. But besides that, probably the more color, the worst, because the better grind they have, the
Okay.
better late game they have, the worse it gets for me.
Sick. Well, on that one, we'll be back shortly with some more action. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here for the final round of today. We are in Naples. This one is the LEC, and we are ready for the 9th round of standard of today.
And what are they in the final round of the day? Players that are 6-3 or 18 points past today too. And we are
Exactly.
going to watch some win-and-ins today. And one of them, it's a very well-known name of the public, Javier Dominguez, a guy that has a card named after him.
Exactly.
That has the image after him for winning world champion, former world champion Javier Dominguez, playing Grixis midrange versus Alex Samaniego playing Reanimator.
Exactly. I'm kind of curious about this game because we know the decks. We already saw both of them on plays. But when you see person like them, 5-3, and it's completely different because right now both of them need this win for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that turn 1 duress, turn 2 duress in this case, from Alex is so good. Duress tends to be a very good card against Grixis midrange. Here, revealing a Bank Buster, and I think it's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, choosing to get rid of the Bank Buster, and we can see that the other cards on Javier and our 3 lands, Corp Appraiser and Harvester. We
Let's
have a
see.
turn 2 Harvester making a blood token.
They take notes of everything.
So one of the ways that actually reanimate Atraxa is the blood tokens from Fervent Champion. But this, of course, on the other side, since
second
Javier
Duress.
is playing Grixis. Second Duress, that has to hurt, right? And Fable is now gone.
And attack. Of course. Let's see if the card advantage could be enough for Alex. Ooh. Corpse down, of course. Remove.
Fable
The
of the
Fable.
Mirror Breaker. Now things get interesting.
Ooh. Such nice tokens.
So this is exactly what Alex
Yeah.
wants to be doing. Not only playing the Fable not only allows you to get that 2/2. Next turn you can discard a Atraxa if you have it, and you can follow up with a Cruelty of Geeks since you are now on turn 5. And we see a Cruelty of Greeks in end, but there's no Atraxa, unfortunately, there on the graveyard. So playing another Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making a 2/2. And here Alex really wants to find a way to put that Atraxa on the grave so he can reanimate it with Cruelty of Geeks. And we see that it does have 2 of those in end. Also, an interesting thing is that if you find a way to discard Atraxa but you cannot reanimate it right away,
Exactly.
it can get exiled with Corpse Appraiser that Javier is playing, because when Corpse Appraiser enters the battlefield, it exiles a creature card.
Exactly. And the first Fable is flipped.
And there we go, Cruelty of Geeks. I don't think it's going for the third path. It's going to go
It's,
for the second
yeah,
one,
for sure.
putting children in end.
Thinking about it, but seems like that. 'Cause, yeah, shoulder then on hand.
So here, Cruelty of Geeks allows you to search for something, put it in your hand, you pay 3 life, and next turn you can reanimate something from the grave. There was a go for throat on the token there from Javier's side. And there
And
it
the
is, the
corpse.
Corpse Appraiser probably exiling their own creature so that Geeks command cannot reanimate anything, which is really important. Also allowing Javier there, look at the top 3 cards, choose 1 to the end, 2 to the grave. And this is an important decision because you don't want to put a creature in the grave because you know that Geeks is going to activate next turn into the 3rd chapter and get something from the grave, and it can get something from your opponent's grave as well. So
Exactly. So he's just choosing, and the second corpse,
yeah, second corpse, exiling
the other corpse.
the other corpse. So very
This,
good here for Javier that now puts invoke this parent and 2 cards in the grave and no creatures for Javi to trigger. Pretty sad for Alex to trigger. Pretty sad there, but
yeah. The Fable is flipped. He has a Shieldred, so he's still not in a very bad spot, but still 2 corpse against. It's not funny. For sure, it's not funny. You're deciding. Let's see, 3 mana? No. No. He changed his mind.
so here Alex really needs to think. So the thing with children, it's a great card, but
Okay, and now he
there's an
decides.
high chance that Javier is an answer for it, but still has to play. Javier taking 2 damage on the draw step. And we know that the card there is Invoke Despair. The thing is that Alex can... So now Alex has to sacrifice a creature.
And decide for Kikijiki.
So the way that this card is worded, Invoke Despair, is that it says, let me just get it here on... Target opponent sacrifices a creature card. If they can't, they lose 2 life. You draw a card. Then repeat the process for an enchantment and a planeswalker. So Alex choosing to sacrifice the 2/2 as a creature, so then he doesn't have any enchantment to sacrifice, right? Because the 2/2 is also an enchantment, but since the creature ability is first, if it was reversed, he would have
happening.
Yes, like radio. This is the radio. Welcome to MTG Radio. So Javier played Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Right now on Javier's side, there's a Blood Token, a 2/2 from the Fable. We have a Fable, 2 Corpse Appraised, and 1 Harvester. On the other end, Alex is attacking with Childred, which is the only creature that he controls right now, and he has Cruelty of Geeks on the second chapter. Alex is at 8 life, Javier is at 10.
We are on the second table in
And Javier
winning.
just concedes
Yeah.
the game.
So we will be back on the right game. Don't worry, guys.
I think we are back.
Meanwhile, yeah, probably, yeah.
Let us know Twitch chat if we are back, if you are able to listen to us. Javier conceded the first one, and we are now going for game number 2. Sideboards here, if we could look at the player's sideboard. Okay, we are back. Yay!
Okay, we are completely back, and now we have the sideboard.
So here first
Or
we are looking at some sideboard that
is not the correct one.
no, we want the
Don't worry, guys. We will be there pretty soon, pretty fast.
So I'm looking at Alex's sideboard playing the Raxos Reanimator. I see 3 cut down, 3 Trespassers, 2 Parasitic Grasp, 2 Shieldred's Edict. This card being really popular in sideboards today. We have 2 Brotherhood and 1 Soul Transferred, 1 Shieldred, and 1 Atsushi. Another card that has been pretty popular. This Atsushi being played in some of these Rakdos decks.
We saw them before.
Yes, and on the other side of the table, we have Javier Dominguez, well-known player. Let me know if you are a fan of Javier Dominguez. I'm sure you are former world champion playing these Grixis mid-range, which is one of the most popular decks right now in Standard. Actually, I think it's fair to say that is the most popular deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Being the most played one
For
here.
sure. More than 100 players today has Grixis mid-range deck.
And Javier is playing 4 Cathdowns on side, 2 Duress, 2 Strokes, 1 Unlicensed Earth. And Licensed Earth is really important here against Rakdos Reanimator, being able to get rid of that graveyard. We also have Shieldred, we have Soul Transfer, which is actually really good because it exiles, so it allows that you cannot have that Atraxa loops of getting from the grave with Geeks. We also have 1 Razorlash Transmogant. That is definitely a fun card. So I saw some players bringing this card. It is a 2-mana 3/1 that cannot block, and then for 6 mana you can return it from the grave to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, and it costs 4 less to activate if an opponent controls 4 or more non-basic lands. So against all these Esper Legends is a very good card. Yeah.
And we have the sideboard and the deck list for Javier Dominguez.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mispronounced it. I don't know how it's pronounced, the Javier.
Javier Dominguez.
Javier, okay.
I don't know. My Spanish is not great, so hopefully I didn't say that wrong. We have Blade Call Serpent, another sideboard card that is really interesting. X and 6. Whenever you cast, it enters the battlefield. For each 2 blue spent to cast it, you draw a card. For each 2 black spent to cast it, each opponent discards a card. And for each 2 red casted, it gets aced and +1/+0 and trample until the end of the turn. So definitely a good choice there. This artifact, Blade Coil Serpent. We also have 1 Gate and 2 Disdainful Strokes. A lot of interesting choices. I love that Earth in sideboard. really going to disrupt the Rakdos Reanimator player strategy.
Yes, also because when he start to exile, the only sense that hers is exiled for 2 cards, not just 1. And now we have also the sideboard from Samaniego Alex.
Okay, so we have the list here for Alex, and right away we are jumping in because the players are already starting. And actually, Javier already has a Bloodthirst Harvester. Oh, it's
Same stuff.
the same card on the other side, Bloodtide Harvester in different arts. And here Javier is like, okay, I'll trade mine for yours using the sacrifice ability.
And now land.
Are we going to see a Fable? We know that Javier might have a counter on hand.
1 mana blood token. Discard and
discarding an Abrade, drawing.
And he draw another Fable.
And there we go. It's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yep.
Javier missed the 4th land drop.
And the Liliana.
Liliana minus. And Alex does have the 4th mana. So here, Javi able to top deck that 4th land drop that he really needed.
He needs to decide which card he wants to discard for the 2nd trigger of the Fable.
Going for Shieldred, which makes sense because this is a Reanimator deck, right? So you want to be discarding your creatures so you can later on be able to play them with the Cruelty of Geeks. Bank Buster here allowing Javi to keep 2 mana open to bluff or even have a counter spell. And we see there the negate.
There is another one in his hand, if I see correctly.
Yeah, so with Liliana ability, Javi decided to discard the negate. And now Alex is playing Shieldred. Before the Shieldred enters the battlefield, Javi is drawing a card from Bankbuster. That way, it does not lose 2 life because of the Shieldred being on the battlefield.
Exactly.
5th land here.
2 mana. Okay, another one, another token. This is the blood token.
Bloodtide Harvester is always good to have when you have the reflection of Kikijiki because it's one of the best cards for you to copy.
Yeah. Because you continue to trigger when you copy it, then you produce a blood token, then you can sacrifice before the resolving of the end of the Fable of Kikijiki, of course, and sacrifice him and make damages for removing something. Kind of good. But he has to survive.
Yeah, and we see that Javi has 1 land, 1 Invoke Despair. The 3rd card I'm not quite sure, but I think it's a counter spell. Negate.
1 is negate.
Yeah, so negate, land, and Invoke Despair. So getting the land away with the plus ability of Liliana. Is that Fable resolving, or is Javi going to
I think he's trying to decide.
Javier really needs to find an answer for what's going on, because otherwise, this is going to be a fast
negate.
Negate there. But now Javi has.
Yeah, now it's difficult for him, but
although that Invoke Despair, okay, trigger from the Shieldred, that Invoke Despair is going to do so much work, because let's think, it's going to get rid of Shieldred, it's going to get rid of Liliana, and then Javi is able to even draw a card.
And meanwhile, She-Holdred came down on the board.
Yeah.
For him, so
the issue right now is that Javi doesn't have the 4th black mana to cast the Invoke Despair, which is the perfect card, but really missing that black source. And this is when you get punished for playing Grixis instead of Rakdos, right? It's in these kind of situations.
And now another Fable, and token in. He's copying. Yeah, okay, he's copying the blood, so Bloodthirster. So there is another blood token. Right now we have 2 blood tokens, and he's copying again. So 3 blood tokens. And now you can sacrifice one for, of course, Shiolred and the token.
This is when things get really good.
Yeah. Now he start to do a lot of stuff.
And one more.
4 blood token right now.
And now using the Harvester that just entered to crew and attacking for a whopping 8 plus 3, 11 damage. And we know that Alex is going to take 2 on the upkeep because of Shieldred, unless there's an answer. And that's not it. Discarding, drawing another trigger from Shieldred.
Now it's getting pretty low. And
this
we are
is
going
it.
to game 3.
We have a game number 3, really well played here by both players. Javier really able to close the game with those Blood Tide Harvest in conjunct with the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. This is a duo that always works. If your opponent doesn't have an answer for the Reflection, things get really difficult, and that got the game for Javi. Even after Alex used how many Duresses? A couple of them.
It was, and that's why I always tell that in this kind of tournament you need endurance, because right now they are tired and they can make mistakes simply because they're tired, but you need to stay focused, you need the endurance for keep up.
Not the card.
No, exactly.
I mean, that's a good card as well if it was legal in standard, right?
You need to be focused and don't miss triggers. That I think that both of them are used to play paper Magic, so are used to they don't forget many triggers. But when this late in the tournament, could be tricky.
Yeah, especially when you're playing for a win and mean for day 2, right?
Exactly.
This is you've already played 8 rounds. This is the 9th round of Magic. You don't want to go home without making day 2.
And you have all the tension on your back.
And Javier is just such a great player, great Spanish player. We have very good players overall in Europe, I have to say.
For sure.
We are really blessed in the sense that we get to watch a lot of good Magic, I think. Just in this tournament alone, we have Gabriel Nassif, we have Arne, we have Andrea Mengucci, we have Martin Yuza, we have Frank Karsten, we have obviously Javier Dominguez, we have Thoralf. So many Magic, great Magic players.
Matej was telling me before that also Karsten is 5-3. So he's also
5-3 with mono red. That's great. Frank
Karsten play win and in, but
that's really fun because actually Frank Karsten was telling me in the beginning of the day, you know, that he writes articles for Wizards. So he's like, you know, if I do bad, at least I can go and write for about the tournaments that are happening. So we are going to be short on content, but it's for a good reason because it looks like Frank doing pretty well here with mono red.
Exactly.
And here we have the Alex list. Now, Alex is going to be on the play. Those Duresses are going to be really interesting for sure. And if Alex is able to have a good curve, turn 3 Fable into a turn 5 Cruelty of Geeks with Atraxa being reanimated, that's what I live for. That's what I want Rakdos Reanimator to do, right? Okay, so our players here are already playing. We see that Alex has...
We know that kind of start with Blood Thirst, Blood Token.
Exactly.
Saw that before.
Okay, so a braid, Javi does have an answer. And Corpse Appraiser.
And of course exile the creature. Looking 3. A creature and a land in this card. But it was another corpse that was taken in hand.
And let us know who do you think is going to win this one. It's Alex making day 2 with Rakdos Reanimator or Javier Dominguez making day 2 with Grixis midrange. Let us know. We love to see chat interact here on the stream. And Cruelty of Geeks entering on 1, getting rid of 1 Corpse Appraiser.
Still another one. Double counter on Dominguez's hand. Negate and make it disappear.
So the thing is that you know that Javi has one more Corpse Appraiser, which means that even if you are able to get Atraxa on the graveyard, then Javi is going to be able to exile it with Corpse Appraiser, and then the Cruelty of Geeks cannot get Atraxa, but can, for example, get Corpse Appraiser from Javi's Dominguez graveyard. So there's an alternative solution, because Geeks does allow you to get a creature from an opponent's graveyard.
Yep. 3 mana and the Corpse Cast.
Corpse is just so good, able to now exile its own corpse, trying to get something.
Yeah. 20 to 13, plenty of time. A very open match.
So here I would be thinking, if I'm Alex, if Javi doesn't play another land, you know that he's not able to negate. So then with Cruelty of Geeks, you can get something like, for example, a Fable, or even an Invoke Despair.
Let's see. Attacking with the corpse.
Alex down to 17. Okay, and there's the mana that Javi was needing, now leaving open a negate. Oh, playing a Bankbuster, realizing, okay, like you're going to play against my negate anyway, because you know I have it. So the negate loses value when Alex knows that Javi has it. So might as well play a Bankbuster. And here, Alex is going to play something knowing that it's going to resolve.
Yeah. It's pretty good when you know that you can play things.
That's the tricky part about having your counterspell revealed, right? Your opponent knows about it, so they're going to play against it. And we have second Geeks getting Atraxa from the grave, and there we go. The queen herself looking at the top 10 cards. Let's see what Alex is able to find.
I'm not sure about the Dominguez plays, but at least, he's already know that, but you can try to make him scary about your negate in hand.
Yes, definitely a tricky one there. Ended up being punished because now Alex is able to
choose a creature and a saga and
creature, enchantment, and land. That's what Alex is able to get. It looks like it's going to be a Shieldred, a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and a Cycle land, probably.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, there we have a Cycle land being able to be cycled for some extra value.
And a lot of stuff came back in the bottom of the deck field.
Yeah, that's the thing about Atraxa. It just gives you so much value.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Such a good card. And with this move, he was pretty safe. He know he can resolve, so it was immediate. Land drop for Javier and the Bloodthirst. And Blood Token for sure. And pass. Let's see if he can keep up, but...
Yeah, and now it's like, okay, this is mine now. Let me see what you have in your graveyard. Bloodthirst, okay, that will do. I'll get your Harvester. And now...
Eurus.
I swear, things are looking so bad for Javi. Hey, at least Ravi is in Italy. It can get some nice pizza tomorrow, constellation pizza dinner.
Yay.
With Mengucci, I'm sure Mengu will be happy to show him around.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, Mengu is in day 2.
Yeah,
so probably he could also want to have a good sleep for tomorrow. And
that Atraxa not only gets you so many cards, it's also a 7/7 that touch life with vigilance, just attacked for 7.
Exactly.
Now Javi is at 9. It's 7.
And we also have the Atsushi countered.
Being countered with Make Disappear, but that Make Disappear had to use the casualty ability, so it had to sacrifice a Corpse Appraiser in order to be able to counter the spell without Alex being able to pay for it.
Sacrifice the Bloodthirst for exchange. Trigger the Reckoner.
Okay.
Sacrifice everything. He's trying to draw something good, and
This
it's a
is
GG.
it.
Yeah.
Land is not it. Game goes to Alex, making it into day 2 and defeating a world champion on camera. So really
Yeah,
good here
it's
for
really an
Alex.
achievement.
Probably really good. I think this is a story that is going to tell for many years. Remember that time that I beat Javier Dominguez
Yeah,
on a
on
win-a-nin?
camera. And right now we are on table 2. We can see Lorenzo on Grixis and Lucas. We saw again him with Esper Legends. We know him. We already put him on coverage twice. So we know he's a good player. And both of them are again 5-3. So winning in.
Thank you so much, Corey, for the raid. We appreciate it. And here we have Grixis Midrange versus Esper Legends. And we already saw Luca play today. Things are really looking good for Lorenzo, our Esper player. I think they are switched.
They are switched?
Yeah, because we see Rafin attacking there and the human
Yeah.
from Andeline.
Yeah.
So we are going to fix that really quick. It's just to see if chat is paying attention.
It's
Plaza is just so good in the Esper mana base, allowing to play all these legends. And here we have Lan entering, passing. So a Corpse Appraiser from Luca is not the worst, but when your opponent has already Adeline and Rafin into play with 2 humans ready to attack, because when Adeline attacks, it's then going to create another human. That's going to be fork knife for Lorenzo if he decides to attack with everything, right?
Yep.
And there it is.
Yeah, probably simply the player sitting. Yeah, it was the wrong names, the wrong side of the tables.
Yeah, so Adeline as Vigilance, attacking with everything, conniving with Rafin.
So right now is very bad for Lorenzo and very good for Lucas.
This is where Esper Legends shine, is when Rafin is attacking with a bunch of creatures, attacking as well, allowing to get so many of those counters. And another thing is so amazing when this deck is able to discard legendary cards that you already have in play, because you cannot cast them anyway because of legendary rule, and also the Nick because it does have the flashback ability, so you're getting basically a free card if you cast it back from the grave.
Exactly. So many.
So doing some math there, Lorenzo being at 14, that Rafin attacking for 5.
Could be a problem.
Yeah, and it has flying, so it cannot even
block
be...
them. You could choose without Adeline and the tokens, but...
Lorenzo really deciding where to block, if he can afford to block one of the tokens, or if he does have to chump Adeline there.
Exactly.
Also, Plaza is open.
Okay, it's jumping.
Able to give indestructible to one of the legendaries, so even if Lorenzo has a way to kill Rafin, if Luca does leave mana open, he does have a way to protect it.
Yeah, exactly.
Another great use of Plaza, and I think that's going to be land. And Luca does have options. 3 mana might be... Oh, he's organizing his mana.
Yeah.
We love players that organize their mana.
Just for being sure of what he wants to cast.
Wedding announcement. Once again, some players decided to bring 4 wedding announcements on these Esper Legend list, and they're doing amazing. Some of these players include Luca, Arne, Toralf. They all came up with this list of Esper Legends, and they are doing amazing in this tournament.
I don't really see any option for Lorenzo right now, because he's also at 7 life points. He's so low.
And also Luca already up a game, so
Exactly.
if he
That's
does win, this is going to be it.
this is GG. Yeah.
This is going to be Luca into day 2 of the European Championship.
Yeah. For tomorrow. Tomorrow we will play for the top 36 for.
Corp Appraiser trying to find a solution. Here you really need to find
Yeah.
that removal for Rafin because he does have flying. If Lorenzo cannot find removal for Rafin, this is
Cannot.
going to be game. Let's see. Go for throat would work. Land. Does Lorenzo have it? And we have a pass there.
And it's a
And
GG.
this is it. End of the turn. There's a goat for throat, but it's for Luca into making day 2 here with Esper Legends. Esper Legends doing really well. I've asked some of these players why they chose to bring Esper Legends, and a lot of them think the deck plays really well on against Grixis, which is the
Yeah.
most played deck of the day. So they were like, okay, what's going to be the most played deck? Probably Grixis. For that reason, we are going to bring Esper Legends, and it's working out because they are doing amazing.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the end of day 1.
Yeah, for today it's all. We will see you next tomorrow. We start at 9 a.m. for a full day of Magic. Tomorrow will be the final, so the second day, the top 8. We cover everything.
Once again, before we finish the stream, don't forget to follow. It really helps us out. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Italian time. And
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
don't forget, we have players that are 6 wins or 18 points making day 2. And the goal for the players tomorrow is to make top 36 because they get a
Exactly.
Pro Tour. And what do they get, Lily, if they get the top 2?
They got the invitation for the Worlds.
World
Guys.
Championship, they can have, and if they won Worlds, they can have a card like Javier
Yeah,
Dominguez
exactly,
as fervent
exactly.
champion. Thank you much for joining from us,
Thank you
from
for
Will,
everything.
from Matt. We will be back tomorrow.
Bye.